Terehomicus Tallinnast, and welcome to day 7 of the 2025 Predator Epbf European Championships live from the Kalevi Sportihall here in Tallinn, Estonia. Our first match is a men's 8-ball losers qualifier between Walter Lightcare from Sweden and Robin Pettersson. It's a race to 8. It's cool shot, of course, and calling the shots with me in the booth. This one is a player who loves to work on his six-pack, both in the gym and on the table. Once he pops, he hopes that he never stops. It's the Dutch 8-ball champion, Tim de Ruyter. Good morning, Tim.
Good morning, Mark. Pleasure to be here. As always, I'm very excited to see what we have here. I'm not too familiar with Pettersson's game yet, but well, I've seen some good results on him in the straight ball division. So yeah, just two young, probably straight shooters. Walter I know a lot better. He's definitely one of the better juniors right as we speak. So yeah, the battle of the juniors in the early morning.
What more could you ask for? Beautiful arc Predator table with the Simonis Cloth Aramith balls. The perfect combo. Little bit of pop, Tim.
Yeah, cue ball did track just past the side pocket, but there was enough oomph on the break to get that ball going to the side. So does have a first visit, and yeah, is looking at the 10 ball to start, I guess. So you have the 2 and the 7 in the bottom, which are not laying ideal, and also the 13 and the 14 on the right long rail. So I'm thinking it's almost 50-50 which way I would go, but I probably would play a 5-10 combination. So he's going stripes, makes the 9. I would like to take out the 14 as soon as possible, so it does have a good chance to do that right now. Could also bump the 13 out to hold the cue ball for either 11, 15 or to get on that 13.
It's one of the little secrets, isn't it, Tim, of playing good 8-ball. He's getting rid of those problems early, and it's exactly what he's doing. He's taking your advice on board, what you said.
Yeah, it wasn't too easy to get on the 10 ball. As you can see, the 12 doesn't go past the 4. So actually it would be nicer to get on the 12 first to the other corner and then use the 10 to go down table. So maybe he could go straight over here, one rail. I liked the fact that he took the 14 on early, but I'm not liking the fact that he's waiting quite long to get to the 12. So has to go there right now, draw into the long rail.
Pretty nice angle, Tim, on this, just to roll through.
Yeah, just gotta be careful. He won't be able to land on the 12, so he needs to get on the 10, and as I said, difficult to get to. Did wait all the way to the end to solve that annoying pattern in the top corner.
Petri Mäkinen is in action on our other feature table, on table 1. It's also available on Pro Billiard Series, guys, if you'd like to hop on over. Petri Mäkinen in action, the man with a big break. Stick with us for the youngsters.
Well, I think he's played an excellent shot there, finding the window between the 5 and the 12. So he's on the 10.
Fabulous positional shot, Tim, wasn't it?
And almost straight on the 8, so opening with a breaker run when he makes the 8 here.
Yeah, when, not if. Of course, a great run out. A couple of little problems that he overcame. Now, I must admit, Tim, I'm a little bit disappointed. I was up all night writing my little introduction for you, and it got absolutely zero reaction.
I was quite impressed, honestly. Yeah, I mean, it was nice, but yeah, it's still early too. I mean, it's early morning.
So alternate break in this race to 8, just the way we like it. No rack or template being used. The table is tapped. So a nice tight rack is assured every single time, breaking from the centre, trying to make one of the 2 balls behind the 1 ball, the 12 or the 13 I think it is. Watch them heading towards the sides. Well, missed both, Tim, one got kissed. Looks dry.
Well, he really got the side of the rack there, and you can see that on the result too, because quite a lot of balls were pushed one way, and this is a very messy table. Of course it's a chance for Laikre, but yeah, I might just pick whichever I think is more favorable, make 1 ball and play safe. I don't think you can play the 11 in the top right corner soon. I don't think it's available. 13 is locked. So yeah, I do like to, if I make the 14, I'm at least in a better position than the solids. Yeah, I might just
from the 10, Tim, to the one. Played from the 10 to the one on the 12, I think it is. Is it the 12? And then try and draw into the 11. Is that a possibility?
What he also could play maybe is going off the 10, or he's cutting the 9, run into the 13, and the 15 or 12 is available as well. Okay, he's opened a good cluster. Just at the 11 ball, there's no stripe nearby the 11 ball mark.
I'm wondering, can he get somehow onto the 10 into the side, Tim, and play off the top rail? I know it's a little bit dangerous. Sometimes we have to live a little bit dangerously, don't we? That's a nice shot. Has he got enough angle here to stun right hand spin over?
Well, he went over to see where he wanted to be to cut that 11 in, but I gotta say I'm not a huge fan actually from going for the 11 on this view, but that's so tough to see on the camera for us sometimes. So assuming that it does go, this is a great chance to take 2-0 lead. He was trying to open them up. I don't think the 11 goes.
Well, he actually cued the 1 there, Tim, to see if he hit the 1, would he be on this? So I think maybe he's on it. He tried to stay where the 1 was. He caught the 1 just a little bit too hard, I think.
Well, he is straight on the 15. He can draw into the long rail and still open up the 11. Like, okay, so with some inside spin, he threw the object ball a little bit more over to the right. Was a clean shot, so slightly longer on the 15, but comes with high reward as the 10 is near. So one long shot for a 2-0 lead, basically.
Are you going to stun in and out the corner here, Tim? Or just drop it in?
Yeah, I like 2 rails. Make sure you hit the ball with a little bit of authority, but it's missed the 15.
Well, what a miss that was after all that hard work. Now then, let's have a look at Robin Haig. Isn't the Hague in Holland, Tim? Or is it Belgium? The Hague.
The Hague is in Holland, but I think it's like the Hague.
Aha. Spelt different.
Yeah. Scandinavian language is something else at times. Now, what I find interesting is that he went for the 2. Like, with only 2 balls on the table, the 10 only going to the left center, the 15 is blocked by the 8. He could have played safe also, behind the 1-7, or... The fact that he missed the 2 ball could actually have given Walter something to shoot at. He's trying to find a window here.
I think it was a nervy first shot, I think, from the youngster there, Tim. The Norwegian hurried that shot. Kind of one of those, get it over with as quick as possible.
Well, when he came to the table, he tapped on the table. I'm wondering why he was tapping, because the 10 ball Walter just shot wasn't really a great shot, actually. And was he tapping on the table because he's thinking he was lucky? I didn't get it, but obviously, like as I said, Walter is one of the top junior players in the world at the moment. And well, when playing same age categories, there is always more things involved than just how someone plays or what the weather is today. I mean, it's way more detailed. Rivalry, friendship, it's all involved.
Yeah, let's not forget as well, playing a European Championship in a big arena on the TV, something that maybe doesn't happen to every player that very often, Tim. So there's that to take into consideration as well, of course. It's a big occasion. Nothing settles the nerves like winning a rack. And he's starting to run through these balls now. He'll even begin now to feel a little bit more at home. Having said that, has he gone too far on this 6? He has. So awkward queuing on this 3. Maybe safety order of the day. Why not just knock it in like that? What a great shot that is. That'll make him feel better.
Yeah, definitely a big shot he just made. Was very awkward. Not done yet. Has to kill the cue ball enough to be straight on the 4. Doesn't want to leave himself too much angle. No, he's got it perfect.
Well, after that 2 ball he missed, I feared the worst. But he seemed to have overcome his nerves, if that's what it was, very, very quickly. And this straight in 8 ball to level the proceedings at 1-1. So both players, Tim, firing on all cylinders, it seems.
Yeah, at the other table, as you can see, Petri Makon at the table is playing Aydin Piknac from Bosnia and Herzegovina. Could be close match as well, don't count the Bosnian out.
Well, 2-1 there at the moment to Petri Makkonen from Finland. So the Bosnian staying on his coattails, so to speak. Walter breaking off second time. Alternate break. What do you fancy, Tim?
Well, then again, just like in the previous rack, oh, not the previous rack, the first rack, I don't think it really matters if you go solids or stripes. I think both are fine. If you would go stripes, you would start with the 12 and get to the 11 right away. If you go solids, I would like to take the 7 out as soon as possible without blocking the 8 ball right after. Like, you have to be careful not to push the 12 in front of the 8. But besides that, all the other solids are wide in the open.
I've always had stripes as my favourite, Tim. Do you have a favourite? Or is it just whichever ones are opened up? But you must have a favourite, surely.
No, I don't really have a favorite, but definitely the ones I win with.
What suit were you playing when you won the Dutch Championship of 8 ball? What were you, solids or stripes in the winning rack? Do you remember? Of course you do.
I think it was solids, but actually I'm not too sure. I'm just glad that I got a chance. It was Hill, so just glad that I in the end got something to close it out, and I did, so that was nice.
And it was against Niels Fyan, was it?
Yeah.
I'm impressed, Mr. De Ruyter. Very impressed.
Yeah, actually thinking about going to the Interpol Open in Sweden. That's why I was thinking about it. Just looking at Walter's game, he's from Sweden obviously, so thinking about going there and play right after that we are done doing the commentary for the European Championships and the Euro Tour, to get the arm out.
Say hi to Napoleon for me, Marcus Shamat, will you please, when you see him? I miss Marcus. Another nice break and run from Walter Lightcret, showing us how it can be done. 2-1 up in this race to 8.
Yeah, over
me to that 1 year. Sorry, Marcus said he would invite me to that to do a bit of commentary, Tim, sometime, but I'm still waiting for the invite. Can you just give him a little reminder when you see him?
Well, I gotta say, they don't really have a great stream or anything. Like, I did a little bit of commentary once there, but not too. Yeah, I mean, it's not like he has a stream set up like this, so I'm not exactly sure what his plans are, but time will tell, I guess. Let's see what Pettersson does on the break here. Overall, would say Walter is looking a little bit more steady, and this dry break is not going to help the Norwegian.
Calling the referee over. Wants him to clean the cue ball. I think maybe there's something on the cue ball. Nothing really easy, Tim, is there, to start off with? What are you going here? Blue 2 in the side, or?
Yeah, I kind of feel like you have to shoot. Yeah, I kind of have to shoot the 2, I believe. Maybe the 2 in the bottom right, if you feel like you can at least make a cleaner stroke on it, because to the side is always a little tricky. Oh, he still had the 5 ball. Okay, that if he had the 5, I would always shoot the 5. Doesn't matter how I land next. But I think he lands perfect on the 6, as you can see, to cross over for the 3 in the bottom right. Then he would have opened the table. Then it's just a matter of connecting the dots.
Finished a bit straight on this one, Tim. Can dig down and draw back if he wants to. I'll just drop it in for the 7.
Yeah, let's see. The 1 ball, of course, is wide in the open and goes to almost all pockets, but I'm not looking to shoot a longer 1 ball to get to the 8, so maybe I would kill the 7 in the side, stun towards the 4, and land in between the 1 and the 4, just so I have options. This is so sensitive on the speed. He's playing these kind of shots well, though. I mean, it's difficult to hold the cue ball, I feel, on the table at the moment because they're still fast. They're still playing pretty sporty, actually, the tables. This is now, what is it, day 7, and still no signs of being slower or weird cushions, so looks good.
It really is a talent, this young Walter Leichhardt. Really is. It's perfect on this 4 ball. The only pocket not available, of course, is the one where the 8 ball is.
Yeah, got perfect on the 1. Got nice and close to the 1 ball. So, as long as you're close to your work, an 8 ball you should be fine. You don't want to be shooting all the long shots over and over. So, steal on the break. Dry break from Patterson, and again, what can you say about Walter? He's clearing up nicely. He's made 1 mistake overall, and besides that, some great cue ball work.
Yeah, tremendous stuff in this battle of the Scandinavians. Very close partners, aren't they? Norway and Sweden. Produced some great players over the years. Another great player making a few waves, Tim, as well, in the men's game is Gangflot, of course. Andre Emil Gangflot, I believe it is.
Yeah.
Been having some good results of lately.
Yeah, I find it interesting anyways how pool has grown so much in the last, let's say, 10 years to where almost every country now has a top player or, like, let's say 2 or 3 players that are really competing in whatever tournament they go out to, which that has not always have been the case. So pool really has changed, growing, and level of play is definitely going up with that.
And I think I couldn't agree more, and I think it's great that we're seeing lots of different disciplines played, Tim, as well, as we've seen here already. We've had the straight ball, 10 ball, 9 ball, 8 ball teams. It's great to see all the different genres of the game played. This is kind of the game that we all grew up playing, isn't it? 8 ball was the first time I ever played. Was on a small table, and it was, of course, 8 ball, and it's kind of where we all start, and then we find a love for all the other games. I saw Albin Ocean interviewed yesterday, and he was saying he only plays 8 ball about 2 times a year, and of course this year the Euro Tour, very, very interestingly, is going to be 8 ball. Real surprise to me.
Well, I actually heard of some players that like were supposed to share rooms, and then suddenly I got a text, "Hey, can you maybe share a room with me because my original roommate found out the Euro Tour is 8-ball." And I cannot imagine that feeling because I would be so happy to finally not play a 9-ball Euro Tour, or well, lately it has been some 10-ball, but I don't mind the fact that they change around, and that 2-ball was really wide. Probably a little bit too quick, too confident.
Yeah, he was very quick on that, wasn't he? It's probably his worst shot of the morning so far. Yeah, and I suppose, Tim, to get a champion, you know, a European champion, an overall champion, and even in the Euro Tours, it's a great idea to vary the different disciplines to get a true, you know, Q Sports champion rather than just a 9-ball champion. Chance here for Robin Haig to get back in this match. Doesn't want to go 4-1 behind.
Ooh. Uh-oh.
Not sure about that one.
Well,
didn't pull it clean, did he?
Didn't really get on the 11-ball either, which that was the ball to address. So I like the fact that he was trying to get on the 11, but now we'll have to find another way.
Certainly cues very smooth and sweet.
Yeah, I would like to see him play a little bit more angle on the next shot. Like he's a little bit straight on the 13 here. I believe so. He has the 15 now, so now he's going to the 11 up table. A lot of traveling to do here. 15 up table to the 11 to go back down table for the 13. And the speed, I think he's ran too far. I might not even cut this anymore.
Think of the safety, Tim, down behind the 15.
Possibly. I mean, it might look worse from this screen. It did look worse. Nice bump on the 13 there. I just thought it looked thinner and the cue ball was going to be traveling with a lot more speed, but he was all good there. Played it to the thick side of the pocket and... Oh.
He did there as well. Played that to the thick side of the pocket and ended up just a little bit short on this 8-ball. A little tester, but I'm sure it's well within his capabilities to pull one back to 3-2. Didn't want to go 4-1 down. Nicely done.
Well, I feel Patterson is just struggling so far, so good for him to stick in the match, you know, he's just trying to grind it out. Could have been 4-1 down, like you said, so still fine as long as he tries something new on the break every time to see what works. And who knows, when the break starts going, I've seen so many people take off, so he's still in the match.
Petri Mäkinen has taken a 4-2 lead now over on our other TV table, Pro Billiard TV. Of course, you're already on it, guys, watching this. You can flip over and choose your tables. Visit the Epbf website as well and the Pro Billiard Series Facebook page. All the good stuff you need on there, the schedules, interviews, pictures. Oh, scratch in the side. Not what he wanted. So not ball in hand after the break and the scratch. It's ball behind the line. Must play up table. Must play a ball out of the kitchen.
Well, and as you can see...
Missed.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, the 2 ball has been missed twice already, once by each player. Seems to be a little bit of a bogey. Going to get it out of the way quickly here, Tim.
Well, got it done this time. Now, is he going to shoot the 1 first? Crossover for the 6 in the same corner. Looked to be pretty straight on this 6 ball, but let's see how he's feeling. Still some work to do from, if you look at the 3-7. So maybe 1-6, 3-5, and then 4-7. It could be the way. I mean, I'm playing to the 3 ball anyways, and then depending on how I get angle on the 3 ball, I think I can choose whether I go to the 5 or go to the 7.
Didn't do too much to get close to it, so he's feeling confident. Mid-distance, can play draw off of this for the 7 into the same pocket. Could even hold it for the 5 if he wishes. Is he straight on this, Tim, or can he just draw across slightly, can he, for the 7?
Well, like I said, if he's straight, I would just draw back and play more cut on the 5. Could play to crossover for the 7 right after the 5. Could also play to hold for the 4. It just really depends on what kind of angle he has to what he can do on the cue ball. He's okay, maybe to go to the 7, but he chose the 5. So let's see. With this angle, we'll not be able to hold for the 4 ball. So could go back towards the 13 to have the 7, or cross over to the right side of the 4 ball. I think I like to go to the 7.
Can even bump this, Tim, can't he? Play a run through, bump into the 15, 8 ball, just open up a little bit.
Yeah, good call. He's on the 4, and he's making sure that he's keeping the distance, so overall looking really steady. Just this, I think I would go 2 rails. I'd rather take too much cut on the 8 than be behind the 11-14 though, so anywhere in that area would have already been fine. Good shot.
Wisely taking his time. The last ball he missed, that 2 in the side. Took a little bit quickly, maybe took it for granted, doing no such thing here with this 8 ball that puts him 4-2 in front. So let's talk about the equipment a little bit, Tim. It's the new table from Predator. It's called the Arc. Certainly looks very sexy, and a lot of the players are saying it's playing very, very nicely. No complaints about it whatsoever so far. Have you played on the Arc table yet?
Yes, I have. Yeah, I played the Euro Tour in Italy last time. Unfortunately, I couldn't make a ball that week, but I was very satisfied actually with the playing conditions. And like I mentioned before, I just think it's a real refreshing feeling that Predator has taken over the Euro Tour, or not taken over, but that they got involved with the Euro Tour to bring it to a next level. I think it's a big change.
Yeah, ball's down again. At least 2 I saw go in. Easy, solid to start with, and solids, well, kind of look okay to me, Tim. How do they look to the pro eye?
Well, the 8 is blocked, most of it. So the 1 ball, I'm not too sure if the 1 goes to the bottom right, and basically only the 1 ball is nice to get to the 8 to the bottom left. As you can see in this view, the 8 does go to this corner, but not to the other one. The 1 does go to the bottom right, so in this case solids is fine. Oh, well, fortunate bump. Could go right away. I like this. I like to take the 7, get to the 3 ball, because the 3 is not a very comfortable shot to have. So take the 3 early, and then go 5. Use the angle on the 2 to run towards the 1. So you will always have something on the 1 ball. And then the straighter you get on the 1, the easier you are on the 8. I think that's the easiest route.
Amazing, isn't it? How quickly, just by removing a couple of balls, the whole pattern becomes clear. Get nicely on the 2 ball here, and then, as you say, as straight as you can on the 1. And once again, it's a break and run. He's out, and 5-2 up. So impressed with this young man, I really am. Super nice kid as well. Met him a couple of times. Got some good people behind him. Yeah, this is awesome. Maybe just slightly awkward, but he's okay. He can just get the cue to the edge. Good stuff, hey Tim?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like I said, he's not making the balls go to the side, but in general, he's putting a good pop on the break, good energy on the break. He's making balls go to the top corners. Does now have a 5-2 lead, and I believe we do have a timeout. Robin Patterson is taking his timeout to see if he can kill the momentum a bit.
But I think I'm going to do the same thing, Tim. Let's pop out, leave them with a look at Petri Mäkinen. I'm going to go and grab some water, and we'll be back when the players are back, guys, to continue this European Championship 8-ball men's division. Nicely poised, Water Lycra 6-2 up, just 2 away now from, sorry, 5-2 up, just 3 away from the 8 he needs. Back soon, guys. very warm welcome back to the Kalevi Sportihall here in Tallinn, Estonia. Just 80 kilometers across the sea from Finland. Saw Petri Mäkinen there in table 1, back with Robin Haig Pettersson, racking the balls up. 5-2 down to Sweden's Walter Laikre. I'm Mark White, and with me in the booth is the very debonair De Ruyter, all the way from the Netherlands, Tim De Ruyter. Hi Tim.
Yeah, glad to be back after that timeout, and a very important break coming up for him. Has been struggling on the break, so definitely would be nice if he maybe finds something and can use that towards the finish of the match. Yeah, then again, 2 balls going way too high, the one striking to the side. Now the only good news for him is possibly the fact that I don't think Walter has a shot after the break. Might have been hooked right after.
I read an interesting statistic, or not, it was actually a video I saw, I beg your pardon, on YouTube, and it was about a guy kind of breaking down the break, Tim, if you like, and he was saying that he likes to start on about 60% power and then increase, rather than going 80% or 90% and then decreasing. What do you think about that idea?
Well, I do think it's mostly personal preference. I mean, and it's also the thing you practice, I guess. I mean, if you in practice go all in on the break and then decide to do less, then that's a feeling you have and you can put that out in a match. So I'm not too sure if that's a guaranteed working strategy, but if that works for if someone feels like that's working for them, then I would always suggest to keep doing it.
I just like the part of, you're going for accuracy first more than power, and then work your way from there. I just thought it was quite a different way of looking at it. I've never seen that before.
Well, at least, I was going to say, at least it's some kind of system. It's something like you can just do that every match and see what the results are. It's not like you're just wildly, randomly, or banging the balls around.
Yeah, I get it. He's in here again, Tim. 2 ball down the rail, followed by the 3. Could possibly then get on the 5.
Yeah, definitely like to go from the 3 ball to the 5. Wouldn't want to wait to go from the 4 to the 5 and land perfectly. I think even if he leaves an angle to run into the 8, I think it's still okay. Running into the 8 leaves him the shot on the 4. The 8 would be pushed over to the left center, so... Did he play? No, I think he played for the 4. Trying to get straight and in between the 14-15.
I've seen him play similar shots before. My mind goes back to the first rack where he was trying to get on that 11 ball, do you remember? Or was it the 10 maybe? I think I'm a little bit wrong, but still okay. Has it to the top right.
Yeah, good news for him is he can play this with pocket speed, so even if he catches it slightly thicker, might still slide in. Cue ball runs into the 14, guaranteed to be on the 8. Just a matter of make the ball for a 6-2 lead.
Brilliant. Stayed down, watched it into the pocket. So another reverse dish off the back of the dry break from the Norwegian.
Yeah, 6-2 it is. Another clearance for Laikre. And is now breaking for a chance to get on the hill first. I mean, things are really just slipping away from Pettersson. And I think mostly because of the break, he didn't really get too many opportunities either.
(6-3) now. Petri Mäkinen over Pikniec. All the latest scores available, guys, on the Epbf website, also the Pro Billiard Series page. Balls down again, Tim. Balls are going in everywhere. Look at this for a break. Now then. Solids. What do you fancy, Tim?
I mean, I don't think I really fancy either side. Well, I do fancy either side. I was going to say, don't fancy. I like them both. It's just that the stripes are looking to be an easier starter. Got the 13 in, find the window in between the 1 and the 5, come back out. Yeah, I mean, it's wide open. He's made so many balls on the break that... Look at how much space he has. 3 balls on the break. Yeah, perfect. Would like to take the 14 out as soon as possible because the 12 has to go in that corner. Or he plays 15, 11, gets straight on the 14 and play the 12 in the top right corner. Then a stop shot on the 12 would be fine to get to the 8. So he's not happy here, but I think it's fine. Get to the center, get straight on the 14.
Just under hit it slightly, that's all. Was going for perfection.
Oh, has he gone? Did he get there? I mean,
I think he's got there. Is he on the 11?
On the 14.
He is.
Oh, he's playing the. He's playing the 12 first.
Yeah, the 12. Yeah, that's sorry. I thought it was the 11. The 12.
Oh.
I was wondering if he was on it.
Well, it means he will have to cheat the pocket. So a little tougher. He's not done yet. I would have loved to be on the 14. A little Massey, you see, jacking up the cue. Yeah, had to play it firm to get that curve in. Or usually you play that a little firmer to get feeling on the Massey. He's hooked on the 14. Is this the possible turnaround Pettersson has been waiting for?
2 rows here, Tim, I think. The way to go over the top of the 6. Or is he going 3 rows? He may be going 3 rows here. Ball in hand. Are you a bit surprised, Tim, that he took the 12 rather than the 14 there?
Well, if that 14 went, I'm very surprised. But I think he must have been hooked. The shot before that, I would make sure I'd rather run too far than too short. Like too far, he would always have had something. but it's all in the past now. Now from this position, you would have to favor Pettersson to pull one back.
Perfect on this blue two. Stun across for the one to the same pocket. So the chance to get on the hill goes begging for young Walter Lightcrat. That mistake. Position on the final 14. It's going to be the only ball left on the table in a minute, as a stark reminder that that's where it all went wrong for the Swede. Well, I was surprised at that shot, Tim.
Has left him a similar shot earlier on. Made it that time, but it's quite the cut. Oh, and now he's considering elevating. He's banking the 8.
He'll be playing this pocket speed to cover the pocket. Should he miss it, I'm guessing. Surely the middle. No.
I mean, there's always the cut to the corner or the middle on this, so it's the bank, and the bank is not there. And he has pushed the 14 over the corner, so yeah, I mean, it's the only thing is that there's distance, but this is the gift. This is to get on the hill, Mark.
You just watch the cue ball tracking towards that side pocket. You don't want any unwanted English on this cue ball. Oh, he's okay, he's fine. Nowhere near the angle. So yeah, what a gift, Tim. Did all the hard work. Robin Haig. All to no avail. The hill does arrive for Walter Lightcrat. So plenty of action, guys, coming up throughout the day. A mix of disciplines. I believe we have some 9-ball, Tim, coming up a little bit later on. We started the teams yesterday as well. The 8-ball will continue, of course. The game, Tim?
Yeah, I was just thinking about, I believe the 9-ball starts on Sunday or Monday. But as you said, we are running now 2 tournaments at the same time, the 8-ball and the teams. So players are now at this point rotating basically what they're playing, as we have 8, 9 and 10 involved in the teams.
How difficult is that as a player, Tim, to keep on switching between disciplines?
I just think not every game has the same kind of stroke needed. So for 8-ball it's more about leaving yourself straight in patterns, you know, connecting like 3 stop shots in a row, get decent on the 8 kind of things. So it's not so much long shots and shot making like in rotation. So yeah, if you play a lot of 8-ball, you could not be in that punch on rotation games. So yeah, there is some differences, but you can see the good players, they don't struggle with that. Well, now at the brink of defeat on 7-2, Pettersson managed to finally get that ball going to the side. Is it too late, or is there still a possible comeback possible here?
Seems to have relaxed now, playing a little bit quicker. He knows he's at the point of no return. Probably just thinking inside, well, I might as well just have a go. Just relax, have a bit of fun, play my game, see what happens. Take it ball by ball, rack by rack. Two rails towards the 8 ball to the top left hand corner as we look.
Well, he's drawing the cue ball. Gotta be careful to not stay behind the 3. Okay, nicely done. So straight on the 8 to close the gap to 7-3, still trailing.
That miss on that 8 ball, Tim, in the last rack could have been a whole different story. Could have been looking at 6-4 now instead of 7-3. So bloody water breaking off for the match.
Yeah, to get back on that 8 ball, I understand cutting. He was probably scared to scratch in the side, but usually when you have such an overcut, he could have played the 8 in the center pocket as well. So no need to bank the ball, and especially with, if you go for that bank, you just gotta go for it. You cannot play it that in between speed like he just played. Like, he's already messed it up. I felt like it was either go or lose. Well, he lost that game.
I just felt he could have gone into the side with it and played the cue ball down on this back rail, and he wouldn't have left the 14 on anyway.
Yeah.
Plus, you're playing an attacking shot, you know. I really thought that was the shot in the side.
Well, that's why I'm saying, like, sometimes I can understand that someone is feeling like there's a scratch onto the side. But then that means you could probably cut the object ball also to the side. So probably just experience. In the meanwhile, Walter breaking, another good break, making that wing ball track to the center. And an open chance to close it out.
Making himself a little bit more room. Not straightforward, still work to be done, but nothing unmanageable.
Yeah, the winner of this advances to the last 64 single elimination stage. Loser is out. We'll have to try next discipline or in the teams.
Just struggling here to find prime position. Have to take on this longer 6 ball. Thought about it, but dropped. Played it at good pocket speed, and now you feel one more good positional shot here to the 4 or the 1, and it's match over.
Yeah, let's see. Does he have something to run into the 9 possibly? For shape on the 1?
Just thinking, Tim, how unusual it is to see a junior playing with a wood shaft these days. You try and think of how many others there are. I think you'll struggle to think of many. Savannah Easton maybe in the women's game. He's missed this. Well, just struggling to get over the line here, isn't he, Walter?
Yeah, I had to play that with like a soft stun run, and he really tried to play it soft in the center of the ball, just slow rolling it, and that's where I feel like he cut the ball a little bit more, just to make sure he did get the bump on the 9. So I think that was mainly due, not the correct tip position on the cue ball. Can you imagine if Patterson made the 8 like you just mentioned? That would have been indeed 6-4, and this opportunity 6-5. So definitely has had the chances to make this a tight match.
Yeah, I think earlier on, I think Walter just kind of bamboozled him, kind of thing, you know, just kind of bullied him off the table in a way, you know, maybe used his reputation as well as a great player, and didn't have the best of starts, did he, young Robin Haig? Looked very, very nervy. Confident enough to play this left-handed. This is a nice positional shot. He's played this well. His last 3 for the taking, Tim. 8 ball nicely out in the open. It's going to be 7-5. 7-4 rather. Should have been 6-5.
Yeah, still, I mean, the fact that Walter didn't close that game out would give me a little bit of confidence, you know. Gives you faith. It's like, well, he's not closing it out. Maybe if I get 1-2 more of those chances and I make a break a run, I could make a run for it, you know.
Never ceases to amaze me, Paul. Players look down and out like there's no way back, and then all of a sudden one shot just changes it all. Well, he's left himself a longish 8 ball here. He needs to make this. It's a nervy one, Tim.
Oh, clean queuing, 7-4, and him breaking.
Yeah, and you wonder, is Walter just beginning to have a few negative thoughts in his head? Petri Mäkinen in your 4 picture there. Not for the first time using power. What a great positional shot that was to get on the 8 ball. The handshake comes. Petri Mäkinen advances. It's the end for Pikniak in the 8 ball. Back to this one. Very, very nicely poised. Now, has Walter taken a timeout? No, I just wondered if he might have stepped out of the arena. Decent break here, Tim, and a break and run. All of a sudden it's 7-5. Sowing the seed of doubt in Lykra's mind.
Oh, makes that ball.
2 balls.
Oh, the cue ball scratch as well. He turned his back around to find a ball kissing the cue ball into the side. Wow.
unlucky was that? The last time I looked at it, it was just going to kiss it and stop the cue ball, but obviously it didn't. I looked away as well. I know how you feel, Robin.
Well, I feel like Walter would be Robin here. I mean, it's just so brutal. Oh. Some nerves, or is it just repositioning? Yeah, if he shoots the 4 and the 3 now, guaranteed shape on the 1, then he can get in an area where he's always going to have the 7, 5 or the 6. So it's laying really nice now for Walter to still finish the match and get to the last 64. Yeah, let's see. 6, 5, 7, 8 I think would be best. Just not sure. He might be straight on the 6, so no way to get straight on the 5.
So the closing moments, or is it, of this losers qualification European Championship 8-ball match. Like we're at the table, probably just play a little draw shot. Tim leave himself a longer. Oh no, he had angle on it.
Oh,
Not sure about this. Not sure about that for a shot, Tim.
well, definitely played with fire and has left himself somewhat of a cut on the 8. No scratch on there, so just focus on making the ball, just top spin, focus on making it and get to the last 64.
Well, it looked convincing at one point. And a little bit of a shaky middle of the match for Walter Lykra. It was a comeback from Robin Haig-Pettersson, but it is the young Swede that will advance. Unfortunately, it's the end of the road in the 8-ball for Robin. We're going to be back very, very soon, guys. 10:45 with our next match. We're not sure who it's going to be yet. Keep your eye on all the social medias. Thanks to Tim de Ruyter and myself, Mark White. We're off for a little cup of tea, and we'll be back with more action very, very shortly. But for now, ta-da.
jag förstår att du ville längre upp. Ja, det gick
jag behövde knacka brännbollen jag behövde. Jag behövde knacka han så här på. Jag tänkte på det och så slängde jag.
Ja, men jag såg du var så fokuserad på ettan var det.
Ja, för det var svårt att träffa en full boll. Jag trodde jag skulle liksom träffa på hus och så lägga den ner mig. Så jag var peta i det. Så jag skulle träffa andra boll och så brände jag med en boll istället.
Jag såg på den här frågan och var så jag förstår att du inte var helt nöjd med det. Nej, men det är riktigt.
Ja, och det är
Yes.
Yes, good.
Yes. I think yes.
I think yes. You should know anyway. Do you know the rules as well? Yeah. I will check if you can start. I will check, but to get practice, I will
So
check.
we can start then.
I have to check before.
Yeah, yeah. Check.
You ready? Oh yes, yes, maybe.
Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Predator European Championship.
No, I don't mind.
Gonna
No.
watch a match between
Enough time, so
Jaroslav Polacz versus Michael Schneider. I hope I pronounced it right. So, we're on day 7, if I'm not mistaken, in the beautiful Tallinn, Estonia. Predator made a very, very good effort. Make a great event here. Arena. My name is Pascal de Smit. Joining me in the booth is my good friend Graham Hickman. Graham, how are you doing this morning?
Hey, well, thanks Pascal. Good morning. Yeah, doing very well, thank you. Coming off a match this morning already. Petri Makinen against Aiden Mikniak. It was a good match. Pretty close. I'm waiting for another hopefully good match here as well. In this one we have Slovakia versus Switzerland. And yeah, it'd be interesting. I haven't had the pleasure of commentating on these two guys yet. Just doing a little bit of looking at their previous results so far in the European Championships. We have had the straight pool and the 10 ball completed. Yeah, Jaroslav Polak, he did pretty well in the 10 ball. He got to the quarterfinals, lost out to Stefan Kaspers, who went on to get to the final, and then he lost in the straight pool to Mario He in the losers round 3. There's no shame to get beat off Mario, of course. And then Michael Schneider, yeah, he got the last 64 single elimination of the 10 ball, got beat off Delgado from Spain, and then he lost in the last 32 of the straight pool against Konrad Yusushin. So they've both been had a pretty okay so far tournament, and yeah, obviously they're both in the losers qualification matches here, so one of them will not be proceeding to the single elimination stage, Pascal, so this is a big match for them both.
Yeah, I actually commentated on Michael against Delgado, which you just mentioned, and well, I talked to Tim about him, and he's actually, like Tim said, he's one of those guys who can hang with the top tier guys, but you know, is not just there yet, so can beat anyone on a good day, but is maybe not consistent on that top level that much as the top players, but very dangerous, and he looked very composed the last time I saw him play, so it will be interesting to see what he does in this 8-ball match. Nice game also to commentate, if you ask me. A lot of options, a lot of things to talk about. So now first looking at, yeah, do you know how to pronounce this name, Graham? Jaroslav?
Yeah. Jaroslav Polach, I believe. My pronunciation could also be wrong, but I think it's Polach.
Watch out, don't want to clip the 13. Should be okay. But if you clip it, sometimes your speed can be off. Yeah, nice job.
Yeah, pretty good. One more good shot. Probably come back for the 8-ball in the side, I think, yeah. I have to say it's been a pretty steady first rack here, just to pick out the puzzle, take his pattern. A nice way to get started. Get one on the board.
Yeah, that's a nice shot played there. It's a little bit different when you play that on the club table. You can just kind of spin it in and just let the cue ball grab the left side. A little bit of topspin, but these new conditions play it more center ball, so you can see the players are already used to the slick conditions.
Yeah, table's playing very nice. A lot of break and runs we've been seeing, which is normal in this format, Pascal. I think it's all about the break really in 8-ball. It's all about the break in a lot of games, but especially in 8-ball, because there's very little safety play that goes on, unlike 10-ball and 9-ball, where you do have some kicking and jumping and all kinds of things going on. 8-ball is probably complete opposite. It's all about breaking and running, so the break is so critical. Interesting seeing Michael break from a little bit further back on the table here. Normally you see players hand on the table, so we get the stripe in the corner and this solid in the corner. Nice break.
It's a really nice break. I saw yesterday a game of Pia Filler against Miriam Alphonse, and Pia was just like kind of soft breaking, going for the 2 balls behind the first ball in the side pocket, and she made, I don't know, like 4 out of 5 times. She just played a controlled kind of soft break, making one of those 2 balls, or maybe even both sometimes. So more different approaches to the 8-ball break. The rack is always tight because it's tapped on the table, so you don't see a triangle, little holes in the slate where the balls can lay in.
Yeah, interesting you mentioned about the break, Pascal. Just a bit of contrast on that one. Petri Makinen, he was hitting the break thunderous. Also Albin as well, absolutely smashing the break as hard as he could. He dialed it down a little bit towards the end, but it's interesting to see, like you say, the different breaks from power to soft, different locations whenever you feel comfortable. Bit of a stretch here, don't know if he can reach that. Gonna have to go a different way here.
Yeah. Well, it's a little
3
bit
reels
of a
maybe.
blind angle. Played that pretty good. So, but yeah, I think you're right. The break is so, like, you have different approaches, and well, whatever works. If you make a ball and it's open table, you know, free for all. But I should say, if there is kind of soft break available, it's easier to control the cue ball, of course. So don't scratch with the break. Seen some scratches, balls get kicked in. Is he on the 2 here? If he
Yeah, I think
is,
so.
looks kind of good.
Yeah, I kind of like that shot actually, because 1 to 2 is also, well, I don't know, maybe 1 shot could be better. Draw it down the table. There's a little bit more table space to play into for the 2, rather than playing the 2 ball to the 1 ball with a less room for error, if you know what I mean. Yeah, he's in between.
The only thing you don't want to catch, maybe the 11 and get snookered behind the 8. It's a little bit of the draw shot is also touchy. Like if it was just a little bit straighter, would have been easier, because there's a big space where you can play in. But
Oh wow,
wow,
what a shot. That's a great shot. I think if the 8 ball goes in the side as well, he's got a lovely angle to come 3 rails around for this 8 in the side, and he's pretty quick, so it tells me it goes.
yeah, this for me is the nice thing about the 8 ball. You see some more creative shots, I feel, than with rotation with 9 or 10 ball. Sometimes players need to create something. And this was a very nice reply to Polach or Polach. I'm not sure. Sorry guys, I'm butchering his name maybe. But this is a very nice reply to the break and run in the first rack. So 2 break and runs already.
Yeah, solid stuff so far. You had to be a bit creative there, but that's what sometimes is required. You just got to make it work. So just to share with you all, today we are doing the 8 ball, and the players are battling to get into the single elimination, and tomorrow we will have the quarterfinals, semi-finals and the finals all tomorrow afternoon. Also breaking from the back again. Interesting cue action, Pascal. He likes to hold a pause with his tip of his cue towards the cue ball just for a little extra longer time before taking his shot. Sometimes I think the production has frozen. He's that still when he's taking his shot.
Well, you could see here there was kind of like a soft break. Got the ball behind the first ball.
Yeah, a few problems here. Needs to do a bit of work. You might even take solids, try and remove one of these solids straight away, because he does have balls in the side pocket as a helping place. Yeah, pretty good. That'll work. Still has to do something with the 3, Pascal, but he has options. He could even try to tackle it now if he wants, but it's a little bit aggressive off the 6 ball, I think. No guaranteed ball after if he does go for that. Yeah, let's see if he might want to. Yeah, he could go for this, you know. Maybe just force it down and try to get this 3 ball into some kind of possible position. I don't mind this option. Bit of risk, but big reward. No, he's not taking it. Maybe off the 2 ball he's going instead.
Yeah, I like going into the long rail, try to nudge it from the rail. You have several options. A lot of good things can happen.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he plays this in such a way to just bump it down like you're saying, maybe guaranteed to leave the the 1 ball just in case. Oh dear.
Whoa!
Well, he has definitely got the 1 ball, but it's a big shot now.
It's a very big shot. I was actually just thinking, like, could it be that we're gonna see a match where both players only break and run, like that the lag is actually the deciding shot in the match, but it's gonna be hard now. Very, very big shot. Also digging down a bit, I think.
Yeah, if he's straight though, it's not too terrible. He can just focus on cueing, stop shot, and he will be able to also play the ball on the right side of the long rail straight away as well. He's solid up in the top right corner. Get rid of that. So it's tough, but it's makeable. Requires good cueing. Yeah, I thought it wasn't too bad. Great shot. Now we can get rid of this. Yeah, the 6 ball up here. Sorry, 7 ball. Get rid of that, and then come down for the 5, and then the 3, and yeah, problem averted.
Oh, I have to say, he played that very smooth, digging down. Like you said, it was straight, and could say he's very capable of making it, but under the circumstances, loses qualification. That's a nice ball to make. That will settle the nerves a little bit, especially after running the rack after such a ball.
Yeah, and the 8 ball flies in the bottom right corner here, so up and down, or 2 reels, whatever he chooses. A little bit pacey. Got a little bit excited there. Still fine, but I'm not sure if he's bridging over this ball. Maybe a little bit hampered cueing, just a touch. Yeah, a little bit, but he's okay. He can get his hand pretty comfortable on the table. I don't expect him to miss this one. Oh, he has. Soft, very soft. I'm surprised he played it so soft. I thought you'd overcut that for a moment. Clean as a whistle. What do I know? Camera angle deceived me.
So 3 racks played, 3 break and runs down. So, and with every break and run, the pressure is building up for the next player to hold serve. We're not totally there yet. Race till 8. That would be nice if they could keep it going.
Yeah, I've had a few matches, Pascal, where that has happened. I'm trying to think who it was now. Conrad, maybe, potentially. There was a few matches where they had 4 or 5 break and runs, just crazy stuff. That's why you need such a, not only a good hit, but you do need a bit of fortune off the break, even making balls. I see a few double kisses, and they've all split really nice here as well, I think.
Yeah, I think that's the dangerous part with the kind of semi-soft break. When you don't make the balls behind the first ball in the side, then there's, well, not much left what can fall. So it's putting all your eggs in one basket with that break. If it works, it's great.
Not sure why he's getting the referee. He's calling the 2 ball.
Yeah, but this is the first shot, right?
Yeah, exactly. Doesn't need the referee, right?
So it doesn't matter which ball.
Yeah.
maybe
it was
thinks,
just.
maybe he thinks that if I choose, like I don't know, bit strange.
I'm certain he knows the rules. I just think, I'm not really sure. Maybe it's just balls are close, let's get the ref kind of mindset. It's all good. But it was the right shot to take for sure, because then that opened the balls. That ball's up. He does have a tester on this 5 ball. He does have the 4 ball as well. I think he can get the 5. But if he plays that 4 ball, Pascal, he's definitely going to move the ball next to the stripe next to it. So he's taking the 5. Maybe he can even stun over and get that gap. I know he can get even through for the 7. Even better.
Oh, it looks so close to the tree. Wow.
Oh, nicely done.
Definitely see that. It's a good shot.
And in 2 shots, he's already broken the back of this rack, I think, because he's landed nice on this 4. He can just play a nice stop shot and get rid of that 1 at the same time. And that's the hard work done for me in this rack. That was the 2 real balls, the 4 ball and the 2 ball. And the 1, he's managed to get all 3 out in a very short space of time. So now it's just about composure, I think.
Let me see if there. No. It's laying really good. Maybe a little bit attention on the tree. So could choose not to go to the 5 because he's a little bit hampered, and would change his pattern obviously. Thought he was going 5-6-3.
Yeah, he might still do that. He might play the 3 in the top left, Pascal. Just kind of stop shot the 5 and then play the 6 in the top right corner. Follow through for the 3 in the top left and the black in the side, maybe. That might be the easier route to avoid complication.
Yeah, it's a good call there, Graham.
Just try to take all the risk out of the situation, you know, and I think this way you can try and make the black as easy as possible. It does go in a few pockets, but clearly this is his route. Playing that pretty good.
Yeah, in 8 ball it's always nice not to travel too much with your cue ball, because you don't have the same space as, for example, with 9 ball or 10 ball. Later in the rack, the less space you got to land on. It's actually kind of the opposite of rotation games, where later in the rack it will be easier, with more space, more freedom to move the cue ball. In 8 ball, it's the other way around. Oh, just a little kiss.
Yeah, he's
Problem.
good. Yeah, so the first real punishment from a maybe like not the best break. Yeah, I think in terms of my preference, we're looking at the way that the majority of the players break. I do feel having the cue ball as close as possible to that break line, hand on the table, seems to have more success. Looking at all the games that I've watched, breaking from so far back, the cue ball has more distance to travel to that front ball, so you kind of have to hit it harder for it to travel further. So I just feel, yeah, I don't know, we'll see how it evolves. Hey, if you can break and run from your breaks, then it doesn't really matter where you do it from. I just think it's interesting to see the variations of styles.
Yeah, I totally agree. And especially with 8 ball, you have so many options. You could also go for a second ball break, for example. But still, you can see here both players playing from the rail. Yeah, there you just see the long pause again. I was also thinking there for a moment if the stream froze, but yeah, he's just keep your head still. Well, does that.
Yeah, but that's a perfect example of what I was saying about the break. You couldn't get that much power into the break, and if you imagine when you're hitting the first ball at the top of that triangle, balls generally move to the outside, closer to the long rails first, and because he didn't hit it that hard, really, all the balls have clustered a little bit towards those long rails, which is not a bad thing if you have a dry break, because yeah, then Michael has a bit of a problem. But he's still at the table.
This is actually what I really like about 8-ball. Sometimes you have these, well, it's like you said, like if you're breaking hard and you're breaking good, it's like run out pool. But for example, with breaks like this, a little bit softer, or the second ball break, then you have to see some more creativity, some cue ball control, and also a bit more tactical play. Sometimes players maybe take intentional fouls if they don't see any options of running out. For me, that's very interesting to watch. Wow. Wanted to disturb the 4-ball there, but just hit that 1 ball, or the 11 ball, really hard, I think it was. So it looks like Michael decided to speed up a little bit. Look at this as a result, Graham. The 11 and the 13 together with the 14 and the 15. Oh, if you miss, this is a good way to do it. Can you go for a run out in a situation like this? Look, so this is interesting. He didn't really get there, but try to block. Sorry for that. I think Graham it's a little bit
apologies.
cold. But you could see here Jaroslav tried to block the 3-ball there. I think, well, looks like he maybe just got there. Just a tactical decision. Couldn't find the clearance. Oh, he double kissed.
Wow, how's that not going in?
Okay.
Yeah, I thought Yaroslav could have went a bit aggressive there, you know, Pascal. He had a nice angle on the 10 to move a few of those stripes from that left long rail. And then there was a few nice balls that possibly could have went the other way, but nonetheless, if that 3-ball, like you say, does go down the rail, this could be a very slow roll safe here, maybe. Trusting the table.
Oh, that's a very nice shot. So he solved the problem there for himself, leaving nothing for Michael.
Can you see the 3, Pascal? I think you could bank the 3 off the down in the bottom left. Maybe from the overhead we could see. I'm not sure if he can.
Well,
he can.
no,
He can hit that
full, but it's fully blocked.
Yeah, it's blocked completely.
So, well, you could say.
Yes, called
I
it.
think it may be cut. It may be cuts.
Playing safe.
I like
So
this.
he was trying to play safe and cover the pocket.
Yeah.
But chance
Hit it
now.
a little
For,
bit too thin.
yeah, I can see what he was trying to do, but he had to get it so perfect. I felt he hit it a little bit too hard, but he did catch it thin. But still, there's a little bit of work to do on these balls. I don't know if he can get nice on the 9. Well, he has a few options to break these balls up, I think. If he can get some good position on one of the balls on the left side of the table, they're not in a bad position to open up. Maybe he's going off this 9, Pascal. Trying to leave an angle where he can draw into them.
Yeah, I like drawing a little bit and then play the cut shot on the 9 going into the 14, 15. I think this is just too big of an angle to draw into the balls.
Yeah, I don't think he's got a bank on, so I think you're right. It's tricky. If the 9 ball wasn't there, then the 11 ball is pretty good. Yeah, maybe you can just grab the bottom end of one of those stripes. No, he's tried it. Needs to get above that ball. No, he's gonna have to pull out a big bank here, I think, is required. Oh no, he's actually... Oh, he might be hooked. Goodness me.
Well, there is still the bank on the 14 in the middle left, I think. But it looks like the 15 is blocked. And I think the 15 blocks the 14 for the bank in the corner. So
High.
Extension.
Extend.
he took his extension. I like banking if the 5 doesn't block the 14. Maybe we can see the overhead again, but I don't know if the 14 passes the 5 in the middle. From this angle it looks like it's blocked.
He's trying
So we
a
can
treble,
see the
maybe.
15.
I think he's trying a treble, is he, maybe? You can see the 15? Wow, just must be. Shot clock foul coming. Ooh, very close.
Oh,
Good effort. It's good effort. And he's just covered the 3 ball pocket, so it does make it still a little bit tricky for Schneider here. He does have some options, but he's got to figure out a way to get down for that 3 ball as soon as possible.
I'm afraid you have to take the 3 ball maybe as a last ball. I think that's the easiest way to get there. So 2, 4, and then with the 6, nice angle on the 6 to float over. Maybe bump into the 11 as a blocker.
Yeah, good shout. He's gone a bit far on this one though, so can you just hold this and leave a nice angle, playing ever so slow? Oh, nicely done. Yeah, your call's probably the one here, Pascal. He wants to kind of chase that 11 ball, really, is his target. It's all about pace.
That way. Yeah, it is, but if you go into the 11, got a bit more margin. Just don't stick to it. Oh no! Took it
Jumped
high
up
off
pretty
the
quick.
pot.
Jumped up pretty quick there, I have to say. Has he left anything straightforward? It's a tricky one, this, because if he takes the shot on, he's kind of all in. 6 ball is... yeah, this is a tester. One good shot.
Oh, if he could come over a little bit to the bottom of the screen now, then the 6 is harder. Makes maybe the shot a little bit easier if you know you can play it safely in mind. Well, he did that, but because of that, I think he missed it because of that.
Yeah,
Just
I agree.
thought, like, if I get the cue ball over, then don't give him an easy shot.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I like where Michael's putting his cue there. If you can put him somewhere over there in line with the black, he would cover all the pots pretty much. This looks pretty good. Yeah, I like this shot a lot. Very good. Could be jumping this maybe, Pascal. Not very often you see jumps, but don't really see a straightforward kick.
Yeah, but it's nice because there are 3 balls which Jaroslav can make, but Michael didn't rush into anything and just checked like, hey, wait a minute, there's this nice spot where he's blocked for everything. Nice cue ball control there, also nice insight. Well, and this is a dream outcome for Michael.
Yeah, all of a sudden he's got control from the middle.
Fixed his problem. Sorry there, Graham.
No, I was just saying, yeah, same thing. He's kind of perfect outcome for Michael here, because it was a good safety shot, so he did deserve the rewards. I think if Jaroslav hit the jump shot. Oh, hello. Oh my goodness, what's he done there? What a chance he's missed there. Could be quite big in the context of this match. Jaroslav is thinking, how am I back at the table? He needs to compose himself here.
Don't do the same thing. Long shot here. That looks really good.
Great. Might have to put a bit of a stroke on this and draw off the long rail where he's standing. Unless he goes forward, come back across 2 rails. No, he had enough angle. A little bit short though. I thought you might have drew that, Pascal, just to guarantee at a shot.
I think he's just okay. But made that not more a lot harder than he wanted.
Nicely done. A bit more pace. Yeah, the good thing is where the 6 ball is here, even if he chooses to, he likes to roll the balls in, Jaroslav, clearly, so giving himself a little bit of a pep talk there before this shot, bigging himself up. He's going to draw this in. I expect a long pause on this one. Yeah, that's fine. 6 ball was always going to be helping him avoid any kind of scratch unless he caught it full in the face. But yeah, bit of a drama in that rack, but Jaroslav comes out on top. Instead of a 3-2 scoreline, we have a 4-1, which is in 8 ball, especially with the alternate break format, Pascal. That's having a few frame advantages, very big.
Yeah, and not only the score, but also mentally, Michael created such a great opportunity for himself, and then in position missed that cut shot. So that will be pretty hard to fade. You know, the best way to forget about something like that is to make a break and run.
Pretty good hit. Balls on the side. Quick glance there. Well, it's looking like, again, there's a couple of combos there on if he wants, but stripes look pretty okay. Solids look also fine, but I don't think he's got an easy solid starter, so actually solids would be great if he had a nice starting ball, but he doesn't. So he might need to... Yeah, he doesn't really have a straightforward stripe either, Pascal. Maybe a combo needed?
Can he cut the 10?
Might play he's playing the 9 off the 10 in the side. Is that what he's looking? 10 maybe, yeah.
I think he's looking at the 11. It's a bigger shot. It's an opening shot. And he knows. Well, no,
11.
he can make that
ball.
10.
Doesn't want to keep
Oh, and
flashed
again.
as well. Wow, that was a combination of mistakes. Not only did he miss the pot, he went into the solids and he scratched it. So huge chance now for Yaroslav. He's got an open table, so he can also choose to take stripe. So, well, wow, this is a huge chance for Yaroslav to get another one on the board, Pascal.
Yeah. What a steal again. A real... Well, Michael will be kicking himself in his chair. This- all you can do now is try to forget what you did in your chair, watching your opponent run out. And I like this first shot. Open up the rack from here.
Probably going to play the 9 and then the 12, Pascal. I think he doesn't want to flirt with any kind of combo. I think he could just roll this 12, roll this 9 ball in, play the 12 in the corner, and then come back for that stripe in the side, maybe.
Drawing.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe
Playing for the 11? No.
actually, yeah. I think he's interesting. Unless he's trying to leave. Yeah, he's got to be playing the 12, surely. Oh, he's going to maybe go 11, 12 and then play the last one along the top rail. Maybe that's what he's playing.
Yeah, if you can get kind of straightish on the 12, that's also okay.
Yeah, you can just kill
roll
this.
in.
Well, it's a little bit thinner, but nothing that should really cause any problem. Coming down nicely for the 8 in the side. It's player preference, but nonetheless, it was a mistake by Michael, and he's going to be severely punished for it. Yeah, there we go.
Oh, you even underhit this shot. Just making sure to make the ball. Wait a minute.
It's not going in the bottom corner, surely. I was thinking that was a bit of a wild one. He's just going to draw into the 1 ball and the 4 ball here. Just to take any risk out of anything. Yeah, all good. So yeah, Yaroslav goes to 5-1 in the lead. Just while we're waiting for them to rack the balls, a quick update on the other live stream table. We have the local player Dennis Graber. He's 7-2 up against Mikael Olgaard from Norway. So Dennis looks to be, well, he's already on the hill and he's already putting his cues away. So I was 1 rack a little bit early, so he's just won the match and he will move on to the single elimination stage. So a pretty quick match there. Dennis has been playing pretty well this week. I've commentated on one of his matches, maybe 2, and yeah, he's been looking pretty solid indeed. Hoping to go a bit deep in this 8 ball. Obviously we know how good of a 9 ball player he is, which will be starting tomorrow.
Yeah, the local hero, and I think it also helps when you can go home in between the days. Just, you know, everything is more normal for you. Time, don't have jet lag. A lot of the players travel a lot, of course, with the European Championships. And maybe, well, won't be such a big problem because, of course, not players coming from overseas. It still can help if you're playing in your home country.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of players are in the hotel, have travelled far and wide to come to these events, so being able to go home for your favourite home cooked meal is always a bonus. So after these matches, we will be coming into the last 64 single elimination stages. So once these final losers qualification matches are completed, they will then do the draw for the players who are already sitting waiting in the qualification side, and then from 12:30 local time in Estonia we will move on to the last 64 matches.
So potentially we're gonna look at a 1-1 as a team. So when both teams have won a set, they will play a deciding 10 ball, which is a race till 8. It looks as if maybe it's gonna happen.
Yes, I wonder if Yaroslav is taking a break now. I'm not really sure. Michael is back, so I'm sure he was waiting for him to come back. Not sure. Strange. Pretty good break there. Balls have opened quite congested in the middle of the table, but I'm wondering if that solid does go past the black. If not, well, it's probably going to be going maybe stripes anyway. Just looking at this one on the side, all the way down in the bottom is a starter. Yeah, that's a good view there. We can see, yeah, stripes. Both balls aren't too bad. It's just about a couple of shots early in this run out. How can you get into the center of the table to pick off a few of these stripes? He has plenty of options though, because they're all pretty close to each other.
Yeah, sorry guys, just was mistaking. I said teams, of course it's not teams. It's just was mistaking there for a bit. A lot of matches going on these days.
Yeah, we had some good team matches late evening yesterday. As
Yeah, I was
Pascal
totally
said,
still hooked up in those in that
The
vibe,
drama.
I guess.
drama from the shootouts or the deciding games. It's good fun. The teams that will continue over the next days as well. The teams is a very exciting match. It's nice because you come here as an individual, but you have a nice opportunity to play with your fellow countrymen and women. It's always nice to see. That's a pretty good shot this. I think he's got that ball out of the way in the middle of the table here. You can take the one on the side if he wants. He's got a few options here, Pascal, because they're all pretty close to each other, the stripes.
It's not easy.
I think it's the 8 ball for me is the tricky one. How to get back up there.
Well, I think
Which way
it's
to
still.
go?
I think it's. Well, it looks like it's available from a lot of spots. Probably the referee is gonna check if he's gonna shoot it when it's thin. But I think it's doable also from, for example, where the 6 is or the 2 is. I think it's still makeable.
I'm wondering if he wants to get on the 10 ball here. He's gonna play from the 10. So this will be interesting. So this angle is really critical because where the 1 ball is, he doesn't want to be low on this 10. He wants to be straight, I'm guessing, so he can draw between the 2 and the 3, kind of where his, just below his choke. I'm wondering if that's what he's thinking.
I think if he's a little bit low, he can draw in between the 1 and the 2 ball. I think there's just a gap to like stun draw, just draw.
Well, now is he going below the 3? He's going to try and draw. Yeah, but I think he's going to go below the 3 ball now, maybe, judging by this angle. Actually, he could even go 2 rails. He could go top spin and go bottom rail, long rail, kind of in between the 5 and the 3, and track up the table towards the 8 or the draw shot. He has a couple of options here. I think he's playing the top spin. That's what he's trying. Oh, that's a good shot, this. Great shot. Oh, that's ball in hand.
At the pace.
Wow. Ball in hand. Great shot to get 6-1 here. It's nicely done. That was a little bit complicated. That's a good rack, that Pascal. I think he managed it well. Took the balls in a good way. That last shot for me was the big one, obviously, because he had to get the pace right, but very well done. Punished. Again.
This is gonna be very, very hard for Michael. Can you see him come back here, Graham?
I think he needs the pool gods to work in his favour, because obviously it's alternate break, so Yaroslav still has a handful of breaks if needed to try and get on the hill and win. But that would mean something drastic would have to happen from his break, but also Michael needs to make sure he wins his own. Starts with this one. He's looking for the, I think, the 3 ball and 9 ball in the sides.
He went for it again. The last break was very successful, but you can see and feel this 8-ball championships. Oh, it's slipping out of his hands.
Yeah, and these balls again are pretty open, so he has a choice of stripes or solids, whichever pattern he feels is the easiest one for him. With the 8 being close to those 2 stripes and the solid, gives you a few key balls to clear the rack, whichever option that you take. Yeah, quick glance here, it's a tough one. I think, I was just going to say, I think stripes might be a little bit easier.
So, is the 12 passing the 3?
Yeah, possibly not, but he could take the... Sorry, Pascal, he could take the ball away from the pocket now over the side, just to be sure if it doesn't go. And then it definitely goes in the side. That could give him another pocket. Maybe it goes now. Might want to take it if it does go. He's looking at it, good call. If not, he can play it in the side.
I don't think it's a whole pocket, but position is pretty good. Yeah, just a slightly smaller pocket. I think should be okay. Wow.
He'll take it. Apologizes there because he didn't plan on hitting the 3, and also it didn't stop anything for the 10 ball going down in the same pocket, so works out okay. A little bit awkward here, but he still has options.
Can he kill the cue ball for the 15? Does he have to go for the 15 in the same corner as the 15? No, he's okay.
Yeah, depending on the angle on the 9 here, Pascal, he can't choose to play the 8 in the side still or down in the bottom right. He probably just stunned this off the rail, I think. Doesn't want to be on the rail, so yeah, he's come a little bit high potentially, so he might have to just pull this back a little bit and play it down the bottom right, I think, Pascal. He's looking at it.
Yeah, it's a little bit touchy. Better to leave a somewhat bigger angle than to snooker yourself. Judge, that's really good. But he's feeling good. You know, sometimes when you're a bit nervous, maybe trailing behind like Michael, don't feel the table speed as well as you want, and the 7 ball can be pretty big. But Yaroslav doesn't look like he's gonna make an easy mistake, so Michael will have to force those mistakes, I feel.
Yeah, I think this match has got the writing on the wall. I've got a funny feeling he's going to have a big break here. I think the score is 7-1, Pascal, potentially. Yeah, he hasn't updated. He's going to quickly check that.
Yeah, he could hear you talking. It's just like he was reacting to what you were saying. It was pretty funny. So, look at the screen freezes when he's making the pass. Wow, it is a very long pass. So, no miss pull required for Michael Schneider. And even then, this is gonna be a very tall order. You have to tell yourself that you have a chance, although Yaroslav is gonna have a few more breaks. Even if you break and run everything, you have to hope Yaroslav doesn't have one break and run, and he's already made a few. So it's pretty tough to get to still be motivated here. What do you think, Graham? How can you... what can you do?
I think the only thing you can do is do what you can control, to be honest, Pascal, which is break and run. He needs to take these balls out for sure. He's playing extremely fast. That's a pretty good shot though. Nicely judged.
That's... oh, that was the problem ball. Played on it perfect. A bit straight maybe.
Yeah, he's okay though. That's a pretty good shot. Needs to get nice on this 2 ball to make sure he can be on the 8 in the bottom left corner pocket, I think.
He's on some kind of positive tilt. Like just saying, you know what? If I'm going down, I'm gonna go down swinging. I have to say, Graham, that's not bad.
Yeah, he didn't hang around there. A little tap on the leg from Yaroslav, but I think Michael just wants to get on with this, try and take the balls out and get a bit closer on this scoreline, but he does need some help from Yaroslav. That's the only way he's going to get back into this match, really. Just the dry breaks that he's just had there. Stuff like that will only be the only way. If he can break and run here, this will be exactly what he needs to do. To your point, Pascal, he's got a no miss pool really for starters, but hopefully he can get a chance off the break. That's going to be critical. He doesn't want to give Yaroslav too many chances to win the match. Got a ball in. Oh, here's a cue ball. Ooh, was going to get kicked up close there.
So
It's a pretty good split. Pretty good split.
I think he has a good chance here with the solids.
Yeah, they look good. 5 in the side to start. I think that could be probably a good starter, and he's got 3 balls to land on as well. So this is a really good break. Black's in the wide open. Hardly any traffic, and all the stripes are kind of towards rails, so solids definitely are all definitely the most favourable ball here, I think.
They all made way. It's not bad. Would have liked, yeah, to come to just have the other angle to make the 1 ball and the 4 ball in the same pocket.
Yeah, I wonder if he's thinking to go 3 ball, 6 ball, or 6 ball, 3 ball, and try to get down. Try and get down to this 1 and 4 towards the end. Oh, he might have an angle now, so if he can take it. Yeah, he's going 1 ball. Then, has he overrun that a little bit? It's a bit careless. He's now got to go up and down unless he takes the 4 ball now and tries to come back from the bottom rail and play the 1 in the same pocket. I do like that shot. It's probably worth the risk. He's going to the other side. Wow. Okay. It's also possible. 2 rails.
Yeah.
3 ball safety. He's gonna have to play.
Didn't
It's not there.
get there, but I like the choice though. If he would have been in the middle of the table, position on the tree, would have been pretty automatic. Has to do a bit more now.
Yeah, this could be the match right here. This is a little bit of a tester. He's going to have to dig into this 1 ball just a little bit to avoid the 9. Try and get a little bit closer to that corner pocket. 2 rails to the middle of the table, so he's going to have to draw into this somewhat. Oh, he's played it nice. How's the pace? Needs to go. It's not bad.
Wow.
Good shot.
It's not bad.
Oh, this will be a comeback, wouldn't it, Pascal? Goodness, 7-1 down. Not very often this happens, but I mean, we're very premature here. It's only 7-3, but to lose from 7-1 down in alternate break 8 ball would be pretty brutal.
So 7-3, dry break here. 7-4, break and run. 7-5. Then at that moment, Yaroslav is breaking, thinking, wait, am I breaking? Is it 7-5? If I have a dry break here, it could go hill potentially. Oh, it's very that's what
Bit
we hope
ambitious.
to see.
Yeah. We all love a bit of drama. That's what Joshua said. He did the commentary on the final with me the other day in the 10 ball. He was always saying, yeah, it's always nice to get a bit of drama. That's what we love. Breaking runs is nice, but drama's fun. And there's another dry break, and Michael was out of his chair like a rocket. How quick did he come to the table? So quick. He's like, let me at it. So yeah, all of a sudden the tables are turning, and yeah, wow, if you can break and if you can reverse clear here, this would be super interesting.
Oh, I'm getting excited here a little bit, Graham. This could potentially be such a big upset. Can he just flick the 5?
Thinks he
He can.
Oh, how's it looking? I don't think that's good, you know. Maybe 3 in the side's going to be a
4?
little... Maybe.
Does he have the 4? Smaller pocket,
Well,
I think.
Well, if he can get the 4, he can play into the rail, and it's got a good chance to go. So, looking by his body language, 3 is a little bit of a squeaky one. It's called something. What did he call? He pointed somewhere to the right side, so...
Yeah, he called, something.
Come on, Michael. We're getting excited. What did you call? Called a 4. Yeah, good call. He's going to play it.
4, let's
The
go.
rail.
Let's go.
Nice.
Wow. I'm not biased at all, but I'm kind of a little bit biased towards the most exciting match. That's definitely gonna be at least, well, make it back to 7-7 would be really exciting, and to see how both players would react to that. Because at this point on, Michael has nothing to lose, but when he would come back to 7-7, for example, well, then pressure maybe shifts a little bit back towards him. Early days, of
7-7.
course.
Yeah, it's a bit of a way to go, but he's doing what he can. And the 2 to 3 ball is going to be really... Oh, maybe he can get through for the 3 here. Not sure which way he's going to take it. Nah, he's going. He could just play a little stop shot on the 3. Yeah, nice little stop shot here. That would be my choice, and leave a nice angle on the 2 rather than playing off a rail.
He just maybe has a small angle towards the 8 ball. If so, that would be a reason to not take it. If he's straight, like you said, then definitely stop shot would be nice.
Yeah. I did like the 3 stop shot just because the black would have been so much easier from the 2. Now he has a little bit of a delicate one with him being so close to the 8. Is he trying to put a bit of a draw on this? Probably not, just take it as easy as possible. Yeah, he's running around the table. He's in a hurry.
You gotta say, Graham.
Yeah, you would.
You
Wow,
he's snatching the balls off. Come on, let's go.
That's interesting though, because what's interesting there is he moved the balls while the cue ball was travelling, and Yaroslav's gone to the referee. He might have done something a bit crazy there,
I think
you know.
he's taking a timeout, right? Is he going to the referee?
I don't know. He kind of signaled to the referee. Maybe you're right. Apologise. It's probably just do a timeout. If he did say to the referee, he moved the balls. That would be a little bit naughty, especially when there was no danger.
Yeah, you know, it is a rule. So, you know, and they're all professional players, so they know. You know, you have to wait. So we've all seen the clips on the internet, right? Like people getting a foul for that at some point.
Yeah, it's all good. These are professional guys. They don't like to win games that way. It's not normal. Mario He just doing a little interview there. On the other side, he's just won his match there against Estonia's Sander Tam. Won quite comfortably 8-1 into the single elimination. So they're taking a moment just to have a chat with him. Probably asking him how his event is going. The usual stuff. Good to see Mario here. Also, Albin is here and Max is here. So we have quite a strong Austrian team. I'm sure they'll be wanting to beat in the men's. Very tough. And the Polish. There's a lot of good teams out there in the teams division.
So, nice moment maybe for the guys at home. If you're watching this from your phone or your computer, you know, it's a free stream, so would really be appreciated if you subscribe to the channel and of course share it with all your friends who are watching live pool. So it's free. Just let's enjoy it with as many people as possible. Pretty special, like productions like this, be free. Predator doing an amazing job. Of course here with the interviews and some extra storylines to get a little bit of insight in the players. And of course, there's beautiful arena art tables. It's just an amazing event.
Yeah, just to add on the pool that's coming up, yeah, we still have the 9-ball to go as well, Pascal. That's coming from April 6th to April 8th. Of course, the divisions, and then we have also the juniors that's running as we speak. Under 23s and 8-ball and 9-ball. And then obviously the team men and team women's is underway already, and that will be coming to a conclusion in a couple of days' time. So now the players are playing kind of multiple divisions, multiple disciplines, so it does get a bit hectic in terms of players keeping on top of stuff, but the scheduling from the team has been fantastic, so everyone knows where they need to be, but they will need to be changing their mindset from individual to teams to different discipline. This is the fun part of the European Championships, right, Pascal? You have to be ready for everything and be able to adapt to each different game as it comes.
Yeah, that's maybe a little bit difficult. I think there's still some free time in between where you can clear your mind a bit. But sometimes when you have to play a few in a row, that can be pretty crazy, I think. Maybe, well, I have a countryman against you, and then after that play with the same person in the same team.
Yeah, it'd be fun, interesting. Just what isn't interesting is Yaroslav is taking, looks like the full time possible for his timeout. Maybe a little bit of composure for himself, but also maybe a little bit of strategy just to slow Michael down, because he was running around the table. Maybe he's trying to just
he was flying.
Yeah, he was super quick, but here we go, ready to go.
Kind of
Yaroslav
still jumped out of his chair.
Yeah, he wants to go. But the timeouts can be
Not
tactical
very
as well.
Yeah,
Sorry,
definitely. No, I was just gonna say that. Just kill the momentum a little bit. So, good break needed. 1 ball down.
And the
2
strike.
balls down.
Yeah,
So
first
what do you
glance,
like
there's
here,
a-
Graham?
Yeah, I was just saying, first glance, 3 and 9. I think once we have a look at the full table from the front side, yeah, this is a good view. Let's see, I think, yeah, Michael pulled a funny face there. This 3 and 9 is a little bit of a problem. Doesn't have any obvious balls to get it open straight away. Even his opening shot, Pascal. Yeah, tough one. I'm probably leaning more towards stripes if I could get one, just because I think the 9 is still potable. Can you cut this in the side and come 3 rails around and maybe disturb the 3 ball? That could be an option.
Yeah, that would be a winning
Let's go
shot.
straight for it.
Would be a winning shot.
Here you go, what a shot that was. So problem solved, at least for the first part. Still got a bit of work to do down the table. 10 ball is fine, but the stripe that's right next to the 1 ball, a little bit tricky.
Yeah, if you could land maybe somewhere in the line of the 8 ball towards the 10. You could play the 15 in the same pocket as the 10. So, great call though by you, Graham, for the first shot.
Yeah, thanks, Pascal. Bonus points for me. But I think he does have, like your call here now with this 10, he does have an option to play for it now. He could. I might be a bit straight, but if he has got a little bit of angle, he could try and get on this 10. He's tried, you know. This is a great shot. And he's got a nice angle to come around for the other stripe, leaving that 1 at the top, potentially to get on the black. I like taking this 10 now, Pascal. What about you?
Yeah, definitely. When you take the 15, you like every position on the 13 is gonna be okay, because there's so much room on the upper half of the table, so needs
Uh-oh.
good speed, needs the bump.
Oh, he gets the love bump. Very nice. I think his heart was in his mouth there, Pascal. When he hit that 10 ball, he thought, I'm going very close here. And I'm wondering, does he play the risk? He could just maybe, go in there. He's going to have to draw this up to be safe, I think. I like that shot. Try and draw just above the black. Don't mess around with anything near the 2 ball. I
Can
would
you
just
draw and not bump into the 1? How big is the angle?
I think so. I mean, he could go straight into the 2 ball and just leave the cue ball there. Oh, he's fine. Very good. Got a choice now of trying 3 rails for a choice of the black in the sides. Or he could draw this.
I think you have to go draw. It's the easiest.
7-5, Pascal. It's getting tasty. Very tasty. This next break is going to be really special for Yaroslav because he really needs to make a ball, I think. Oh, where's the cue ball?
Oh, cue ball! Wow!
Wow.
And
I think he
jumped up.
That would have been insane.
Oh
Wow.
my goodness.
That was a where's the cue ball going moment right there, but that was a little bit stressed at the end there. I don't think he anticipated the cue ball to drift so far down. But yeah, it's all good. Big break here.
Big break. So I'm super invested now. This is, I mean, how cool would it be if this could go all the way from it?
Well, not for Yaroslav.
Well, of course.
He's played really well to get to 7-1, so he hasn't really had a chance properly yet. He's been a couple of dry breaks. Couple of dry breaks and a couple of runs from Michael. It's literally gone textbook nightmare. So hopefully he can get a ball here. He's got one in the side and another one in the side. This is his chance to win the match. Oh, what a break. Look at those stripes. Oh my gosh. Oh, it's just covered. Solids are good too. Solids are good. What a break. Michael's thinking, oh, I can't believe he's hit a world break. Worldy, as we call it. What a break. He knows the writing could be on the wall here. These solids are very nice as well.
So Michael needs an unforced error. But the way Yaroslav has been playing today, don't expect him to not get out here.
Well, that's just a little bit
Positive.
interesting. Yeah, he didn't want the cue ball to come so far into the side of the table because he's stretching here. It's not ideal. Just okay. Oh, he'd love to be straight on this 1, Pascal. On this 4 ball, sorry. If that 4 ball goes past the 1 and he can get rid of... He could even play the 6.
Otherwise he's still okay. He can go 7, 1, 2, 4.
Yeah. Sorry, 7 I meant. Or C8, good stop shot on the 7. That 1, he needs to get rid of that 1 now, as soon as possible. So he doesn't so he can leave the 2 ball maybe for the end. Yeah, 4, 7, 1, 2 is the run out here, Pascal, I think. A few stop shots. I thought the screen had froze again for a second there, I really did. He was so down on that shot for so long. Wow. I don't know what the game is you call it in the Netherlands, but in England we call it kind of musical stat use, where the music plays and then when the music stops you have to stop very still, otherwise you're out, like a children's game. He would be world champion. He would be world champion. Incredible. Extension on his cue.
That would be some drama if he would make a shirt fall.
I think he's okay. Might even go for the rest.
He's going for the 1 ball. But there you can see the pressure is definitely there. So a little bit longer 7 than he would have liked. I thought he went for the 2 there for a moment. I like leaving the 2 for last, but not big angle. Have to shoot this harder.
Maybe 2 in the top, maybe Pascal. I think.
Oh,
Just a
you're
stop
right.
shot. Yes.
Good call.
Keep it easy. Oh, he's perfect. He'd be so relieved to have a break like this at the end, and it was getting a little bit stressed at the end. I think Michael sensed he had a chance. Oh, he's absolutely perfect here. Couldn't ask for a better key ball to get on the 8 ball. Just a nice little, very soft stop shot. Thank you very much. He'd be very pleased to get over, and I think a worthy winner. To be fair, Pascal, he has deserved it. It was getting a bit exciting for the moment, but I would say a well-deserved winner here.
Yeah, you're totally right. Played very, very solid, but very exciting for Michael, for us, of course. But
Yeah,
it's Yaroslav.
Yaroslav takes it. Michael Schneider, unfortunately, is now out of the 8 ball, but Yaroslav moves on to the single elimination 64, which will be drawn shortly, and then we will be back again for the 12:30 matches. Be great if you could join us. We will have 2 streams running on the last 64 matches, so watch this space. Thanks, Pascal, for joining, and we will see you again shortly.
Thanks, guys. Bye.
of our pool fans tuning in from around the globe. Welcome to day 7 of the 2025 Epbf Predator European Championships. We bring you today's matches from Tallinn, the European capital of sport for 2025. And the match we bring you today, we see Bosnia and Herzegovina's Sanjin Pelivanovic up against Portugal's Pedro Pereira. And I'm Gethin Davis, and joining me in the commentating booth today is our dear friend Pascal de Smet. Welcome, Pascal. It's going to be an interesting match.
Hello, hello, hello. Well, it certainly is. We're in the last 64 of this 8-ball European Championship, where Pedro wobbled the ball in. Well, isn't bothered. He's getting on with it. So exciting stuff. Single elimination. So loser is out of the tournament. If I'm looking at this, this could be a quick one today. Get in.
He's going to keep our tongues on their toes, I tell you. Oh, it looks like he's warming up. So I think we've just been brought in a little bit before the lag, which is not a problem at all. And I wanted to just say, while we had the opportunity to, Pascal, this last 64 is a tough field. Looking at the players that are coming through here, we are going to have a real job on our hands, keeping an eye on who's looking favourite. And when I say who's looking favourite, I think we would think the likes of Albin Ushan and a little one to watch, Mateusz Śniegocki. They're all still in, and if you want to catch a little look at the fixtures, draws and results, you can always visit the Predator Epbf website, where you will find not just the men's matches, 8-ball, but we also have 9, 10, straight and teams for men, women, under 23s and wheelchair division. And so there was a small delay, Pascal, coming in. We were just waiting for some of the matches on the losers qualification to take place, and these guys looking just to get a good warm-up before we go in. Maybe we should just give them a break and then come back in again when we're lagging.
That sounds like a good idea.
However, we could be moving straight into the lag now, but we will just give them a moment and we will rejoin you after Sanjin has had his warm-up. Well, they didn't keep us waiting long, and as I alluded to in the introduction, we are in the last 64 of the men's 8-ball discipline, and we have Sanjin Pelivanovic of Bosnia and Herzegovina taking on Portugal's Pedro Pereira, race to 8, alternate break. And just to note, with the TV tables, they are on a shot clock and they are able to take 1 extension each per rack. My name is Gethin Davis, and in the booth with me, as I introduced earlier, is Pascal de Smet. We are both coming at you from the Netherlands, commentating on these matches in Tallinn. And I got to see a little bit of Sanjin Pelivanovic earlier on in this tournament, and he is a very difficult cookie and well-deserved last 64 place. Have you been able to catch any of Pedro's performances so far, Pascal?
No, I haven't. I think the Sanjin match was... I think we did that together. So, yeah, he's definitely a big upcoming star. World of pool. There you see it. What a break already.
That is a very strong break, Pascal, and the cue ball has finished in a very favourable position. Is there a little bit of trouble with the 9-10 down here in the bottom right, or is that a straight combo?
It's a good question. Still think he's gonna take solids though. Probably because the combo isn't there, and the 11 is also a little bit awkward. All the solids playing pretty nice.
I don't know if you spotted from that camera angle, Pascal, that one ball goes in both corner pockets as well, which really does work in his favour. Not so many problems at all.
Yeah. I think the only problem he has dealt with now.
Well, we did get an opportunity just to catch the end of Pedro's warm-up, and I have to say, he was, for a warm-up, rather quick around the table. I wonder if he plays like that in match play.
Well, if he plays like that, that would be very exciting. Very fast. Played
Absolutely.
very fast with the warm-up.
Now, will be very keen to finish as straight as he can on this 8-ball up the long cushion. So how's the angle here, Pascal?
Well, it's a little bit more straight than he would have liked. I think he can create a little bit more angle, but definitely we'll have to settle for a longer 8-ball now. Oh.
Wow.
Played a very smart shot, very nice shot also. That wasn't very easy, but
Yeah,
made it look
wasn't
easy.
much to play with. So, after a very strong break, Pascal, Sanyin has backed it up here, and he finds himself in a position to take the first frame.
Yeah, so a nice break and run. And I have to say that's actually all you can do in this format of alternate break. Trying to hold your serve, as they say.
Yeah, and something that both you and I have recognised in the matches previous with this 8-ball discipline and the alternate break. If you are able to take a rack against your opponent's break, it has proved very costly for the opponent. So a lot of pressure on their breaks, in fairness.
Cue ball, what? It just got kicked out of the way for the scratch in the corner. So he had a good break, like a semi-soft break. It was successful, but cue ball went on and to scratch in the upper right corner, but got kicked out. Really good chance now.
Yeah, you really don't like to see the cue ball doing that off your break, so maybe a small lapse of judgment, but it seems to have worked in his favour.
Already snatching up the momentum. So let's see what he can do with it.
That cue ball just seemed to keep running a little bit there, Pascal, and I feel that the more pressure he puts on position for the 15, the more difficult this run out will come to him. So he was just looking at an angle for the 10.
Yeah, I like leaving an angle on the 12 to just float it over. Leave the cut shot on the 15. And then try to roll one reel somewhere, like against the 3 ball maybe. Yeah, and I think it's nice that he used the second reel just to check his speed. Is he okay? Oh, it just is.
He just is, and he was able to hold the cue ball there as well. That was a very good demonstration of speed. And these are good signs, Pascal, for both us and the viewers at
Is
home.
it in? Is it in?
Well, you don't get closer to a break and run than that.
No, that's totally true. But yeah, brutal. A little bit of a tester for our opening shot. Ah, well, actually, looks way better from this point of view. No problem there for Sanjin. Oh, what a steal this would be.
Absolutely, and I feel for Pedro there. He looked to have done all of the hard work, and holding for that 8 I thought was a great shot, but maybe just a lapse in judgment. But Sanjin won't be complaining at all. He has a great opportunity to steal this one back. And even at the early stages, a 2-0 lead with alternate break, and these guys breaking so well, this could be the difference.
Yeah, it could. It's very well, it's already makes a big difference, especially Sanjin, think being the favorite on paper. Don't know Pedro that well, but of course Sanjin is knocking on the door at the top players for a long time now. So he's a handful for anyone. And if you give him, well, if you give him a finger, he's gonna rip your arm off if you're unlucky.
Yeah, and a little bit of help for Sanjin there was the fact that Pedro had cleared all of his balls from the table, so there was minimal, in fact no other traffic to get in his way, with the 8 ball being where it was. He's done a great job there, finishing them off, and he's going to be looking for another strong break here to keep pressure on Pedro, even at this early stage in the game. You may notice that, ladies and gentlemen at home, that they're not using a rack or a magic rack for the break, and the table is tapped. You might be able to tell me a little bit more about this, Pascal, because I've not played on a tapped table before.
Well, I maybe once or twice played on it. It actually works the same as a magic rack. The only difference is there's no rack on the table, which is nice. For me, I think it works best when the table is still new. But it's more hard when it's getting older, when the cloth gets older. I don't know if it stays that tight, but for events like this, it's perfect. Don't have the magic rack. Well, sometimes on the magic rack, balls will stay on, like 2 or 3 balls. Then it can also affect the outcome of the break, for example. So this is looking very clean also without the magic rack.
Yeah, and the players are really taking advantage of it. Sanjin's break seems to be really working for him. He's left himself options. He could go either way here, but he's looking at taking the stripes.
Yeah, especially with the first ball he made. That one was in the way for the 4 and the 3. So I have to check with the, I think the 13. Yeah, it's nice to get the 9 out of the way. Oh, cue ball. Cue ball. Oh man.
Wow. Would you consider that as a lapse in judgment, Pascal? Because
Yeah, I definitely do. Oh, I think, yeah, I was just a little bit slacking in focus. So look at this. For a chance for Pedro to get his first rack on the board.
yeah, and Pedro keen to get his first point on the board, because with this alternate break it can be very difficult to win against the rack. So
Yeah, chance to get back. Oh no! Can you
Drama.
believe it?
wow, and there was no need for that.
I never saw that one coming.
Do you think he's got away with it a little bit?
Well, a little bit at least, but you have to say Senjin will be pleased to get it back at the table, at least with a chance.
He's played the gentle bank.
Yeah, which is pretty smart. Kinda played a 50-50 shot there, safety in mind. Made sure he wasn't leaving an easy 2-ball. And also blocking the 4 now. So, of course, it's nicer to come back to the table rather than not, but
Yep.
smart shot. Simple, just keep it simple. Leave some pressure, give some pressure back to Senjin.
Yeah, I don't really see too many options for safe. Maybe
Is he
he
going
can
for the
come
cut?
off. Just called his extension there. Yeah, I think he was looking at the cut, Pascal, and I'm just wondering, it would have to be a good touch if he can bring the cue ball behind this 15, but he would have a real big danger of leaving that pink 4 ball if he doesn't get it right. So could it be the cut?
Also beware of the maybe eclipse of the 14 also. Yeah. This is a very smart shot. Try to block the path for the 4. Don't leave. Easy shot on the 2. So what would you like here, get in?
Well, he could do something similar to what he did in the last shot. In his last visit, sorry, and bring the cue ball back down here, because he wouldn't leave an obvious pot on. But yeah, you were right. Sandian just had a little check before he went to his seat there, just to see if he had covered the 4 down past the 15, and he has.
Yeah, well, he called him, so I think he can go into the rail a little bit. Oh,
Whoa!
what a shot!
From our overhead, Pascal, that looked forever and a day that it wouldn't pass, and he's, as you said, used a bit of cushion and the right pace. What a great shot. That should fill him with a lot of confidence.
Wow, great to follow up. Yeah, just have another check. I think that's nice after the miss. Just make sure get your first one on the board. Wow.
Yeah, absolutely.
What a steal, like back and forth. They're like stealing stuff off each other.
Well,
nice to
it's
watch.
a good way to put that miss out of his mind as well, because sometimes when you go back to your chair after missing a ball like that, it can really play on your mind. So that will all be forgotten about now. He's got the ball in his hand for the break, and well, 2-1 is a lot better than 3-0, Pascal. So livening up a little.
Especially being to get the first one is always, well, for me the first one is always a little bit special, a little bit harder to get than the rest of the racks. You know, even the top players get nervous, early jibbers.
Yep, exactly. And to add to that, we were on the TV table, and you know, a lot of these players have a big following watching at home, and they will not want to be watching that if they are fans of Pedro Pereira. Oh, lost the cue ball there, Pascal.
Yeah, and I have to say it's the second time it tracked towards that corner. So in the first one it got kicked away, and now again tracked towards that corner, and now it fell. So I feel like hopefully he can adjust to that and remember that it happened 2 times. So Ketin, when you look at Senjin, like this pre-stroke routine, doesn't you remind you a little bit of a certain football player, soccer player?
Well, I hate to disappoint you, Pascal, but I'm Welsh, and when I was growing up, soccer was a swear word.
Yeah, I know. For the American watchers.
No, absolutely. Who are you alluding to, by the way?
Well, I'm thinking a little bit Cristiano Ronaldo with the free kick. He has the just wait when he's when he needs to shoot like a big shot. He's kind of doing a little bit of the same thing. Sorry for you guys if for all the not football fans. I actually don't watch football myself, but Cristiano Ronaldo is obviously one of the greats. So even I know him.
But yeah, he does have a distinctive pre-shot routine, does Sanyin?
Yeah, especially when the shot is, is big, like a big moment, like a longer stop shot. He has the just the standing with the shoulders, a little bit wide.
Well, hey Pascal, while we've had a very brief conversation and a dry break, a scratched break from Pedro, Sanyin has just worked his way around the balls and has really answered Pedro straight back.
Yeah, and I think this is what makes him one of the top players. Now, after that situation, he can just get up there and punish you for a mistake.
I've actually just noticed that to get to this stage of the competition, he knocked out a very dear friend of ours from the Netherlands, Ivo Arts, and I can tell you now, that would have been no easy match for him. So Sanyin is very, very well set into this game, and I have to say, on the scheme of things, his breaks have been the more impressive. What do we have here, Pascal?
Yeah, well, there you have it. Big power break. Cue ball under control. But how is the outcome? The outcome is Sanjin in his chair.
Wow, a lot of balls were moving there, and you clearly and rightly pointed out that was a mahoosive smack of the balls, and it reminded me a little bit of the breaks we were seeing from Petri Mäkinen and the local favourite Dennis Graber earlier in the day. Very unfortunate to come out dry, but for Pedro, very fortunate, and let's hope he doesn't make any unforced errors here.
Important shot, bit hard. Where's the 9? Oh, the 9 ball is still available. Excuse me.
Yeah, so he's... I think he might just run through to take the 11. Through the gap like the eye of a needle, and I'm sometimes a little bit nervous when they're playing them shots.
I would have liked to stun the ball to play the 13-4 first, but I like this also. Leaving the 13 for last because of the 8. I wasn't looking at that yet, but if the 8 is blocked by the 6, then it is very nice to have a ball over there as a key ball. But he's straight on the 12, so he's... yeah. Afraid he has to go forward. That weight. A little bit of topspin to play the 15 in the bottom right. Or leaving the cut shot.
Yeah, well, I think that's what he had to take. It was fraught with danger running through, and it could be quite natural from this angle he's found.
It's actually way better than I thought.
Yeah,
So
he's played that well.
you play the 8 in the side or in the corner?
Well, he's looked at the side, Pascal.
It's not a big pocket.
I think that's the way he's going, so I'm sure he's fully aware how these Predator arc tables are playing, but you're going to have to be very accurate with this. And he is, Pascal. And Pedro Pereira brings the match back to 3-2, keeps Sanyin on the edge of his seat, and also for our ladies and gentlemen at home, I was just having a look at where he broke last time. Is there anything he can realistically do, Pascal, to avoid the cue ball going in that direction, or is that just going to be something he has to live with?
Well,
Which I hope he doesn't.
you're saying like it's like a disability, but
Quite.
like he has this for the rest of his life. But yeah, I think maybe like a tip, half a tip or a tip higher on the cue ball. I think he's just a bit too much center. So maybe just the timing was a little bit off. Maybe let's see how he goes.
Now,
Well, that was effective.
it was, and I think he is only on, unless that 4 ball, the 1 ball, sorry, passes the 3. Okay, I thought he was going to be forced to go stripes there. And I don't think he wants to do that because the 2 stripes by the right centre pocket do not look nice at all. He's been able to go solid.
Yeah, you know what? If the 7 ball goes, I like him to go for that now. He can go stop shot, stop shot, stop shot if he plays it correctly. Look at that, what a nice camera angle.
And you are absolutely right. Stop shot, stop shot, stop shot.
So, don't want to curse him here, of course, but I have to say, he's back in the position to really put some pressure on Sanjin.
He looks very confident when he's walking around the table. He really doesn't take too long on his shot, and whether that will prove to be a curse through this match, we'll find out. But when he is amongst the balls, he makes it look rather easy, Pascal, and that can be intimidating in itself.
Yeah, we already saw it when he was warming up, and it looks like he's finding that gear, or at least trying to find that gear, and looks really solid. So 3 each in this race to 8 in the single elimination of the last 64 of this Predator European Championships. So if you're just tuning in, there you have it, the Ronaldo stance.
Yep.
Get in.
I did indeed, and I understand what you mean now. Great shout.
So maybe that can be his new nickname.
That would be interesting.
Sanjin Ronaldo Pelevanovic.
I think I just saw 3 stripes drop in off that break.
Yeah, you're right.
He absolutely walloped them. Now, may be forced to go solids, but there will be less traffic on the table than there was at the start of this.
Yeah, that's funny when you're only playing in, you know, in the bar, at the bar, or, you know, don't play any higher level pool, you would say, why would you take the solids if there are already 3 balls gone? But for players of this level, the layout is way more important. If the layouts are good, they can keep making balls.
That's a very good point, and as you were talking about the layout, it doesn't look like Sanjin is completely sure on the way he wants to go yet, and he just left himself a little bit of work on this 3. Should screw into the long rail. Wow. Did you see the last bit of action on that cue ball, Pascal?
Yeah, that was a nice recovery shot. And I think that was the reason why he was a little bit, well, uneasy about his position.
Yeah, quite right. And I'm just having a look at the top of the table there, and where the 1 is positioned, it doesn't go into either of the top corner pockets, so he may want to use the 4 ball to get to the 1 to get to the 8, so we could see him taking position for the 5 here.
Yeah, at least go in between all those balls. Just came up a little bit short to be perfect on the 5.
Yeah, you just noticed a little hop in his step. I think he was just asking for another roll of the ball there.
So, plan B, which also looks very good.
And this would be a good answer back to the question asked by Pedro. So, come on, far again there, for comfort anyway.
I think he can just draw, maybe just bump the 14, maybe draw it even a little bit above Nicely judged. Well, that's 4-3 in favor of Sanjin versus Pedro, and I think we got ourselves a match here, get in.
Absolutely, and it looked at the beginning, Pascal, that we were going to be in for a quick match, but Pedro has certainly pulled out the stops. But good to see, for the Sanyin supporters at least, that he's kept his nose in the front, and as we've both been alluding to, with the alternate break, that's going to be holding him in good stead. Pedro looking to prove a point with his own answer back here. And let's see, the last one he screwed the cue ball, or rather the cue ball came running right up the middle of the table, which isn't as bad as running towards the pocket, so hopefully he's sorted out that problem.
Wow, there it goes again. And you have to say, Gethin, if he would lose at this stage, you would say it's because of the break.
Absolutely, Pascal. You cannot fault his play on the table. He's made a couple of unfortunate, unforced errors, but that was early match. He seems to be really bedding into the game now, and Sanyin keeping him in his chair for this rack would really turn the pressure back on. I think Pedro's put in a lot of hard work to get to this position. It'd be a shame if his break would let him down. But Sanyin looking to open up with the stripes here.
That was an important one because of he made that one. The pocket is open, so still have something to do with the 11, or not the 11, I think. Well, the 13. Does it pass the 1?
It didn't look like it from there, but he was rather lucky to not brush this 12 against the 6 with his last shot, so he's moved a few balls.
Now.
Exactly, he might elect to come down the table here off the 10, or he might do it straight away, but he's eyeing up the angle for...
At your local club table you would have played this 10 with a lot of insight, but on these slick conditions the cloth is not, the rails are not gonna grab that much of side spin, so there was not an option to play it in the bottom left or to play position for the 13 in the bottom left. So judged this shot really well.
He needs to ensure he's got an angle on these stripes, and he's got an angle on the 9.
So this looks really good. Leave it somewhere between the 4 and the 7. Leave a nice angle.
Yep,
Shoot
and
the 8 ball on the right side. What do you think, Atin?
wow. Well, I think Pedro is probably, when he was sat in his chair there, having a little think about his break, and yeah, that was costly. A little bit of a present for Sanyin. Had to do a bit of work to close that one out, but will feel a lot better taking a 5-3 lead than allowing it to get to 4-4. So we shall see now. Just going to have a little look at some of the other games that are being played, because there are a lot of top class matches going on, and I'll also try and have a little look in the chat just in case there are any burning questions to be answered while we wait for Sven to do his Ronaldo impression.
Cristiano Ronaldo. Well, let's see. Yes, good pre-shot routine that tells you he practiced his fair share.
How do you like that one? I think it's dry.
So, if there is any moment, it's important to step up your game. For Pedro, then this would be the right moment. Can make 5-4 and then break for a break and run to get 5-5. He'll be totally back in this match. Although he scratched 2 times on the break, yes, well, potentially he can go 5-5.
He's taken a couple of look at the stripes here because of where that top stripe is in the corner pocket. I think it's forced him to have a real good think about it, but he wants to go solids, and that will mean he needs to do something with that 6 ball up there at some point.
The only thing I see right now is a bit of a touchy shot from the 5 to the 6. Yeah, so he's pointing now. I think maybe can he go behind the 12? If he hits the bottom of the 12, he's still okay. Oh! I think he thought he was gonna hit, like after the long reel, he was gonna hit the 12, which make the cue ball break a little bit.
I think you're right. I think he was expecting to take a little chunk of that to take some of the energy out of the cue ball, and where that 6 is, I think both corner pockets are not available, so an unfortunate error, but I think he played the right shot to go around the back of it. It looked quite natural, and the sooner he got rid of that 6, the better. And I think he's going to try and take this in the center pocket, Pascal, and
yeah, just go all out, focus on making the ball. Well, that was off.
that was, and Pelivanovic is maybe thinking all of his Christmases had come at once, with 2 scratch breaks and getting back to the table here. I mean, I dare to say it, but it doesn't look too difficult a run out. However, at this stage of the tournament, and in the last 64, it's always going to be in the back of your mind that if you do lose this match, that is the end of your 8-ball tournament. So let's see how San Yun composes himself for this, because I do think that a 6-3 lead is really going to ask questions of Pedro.
Yeah, he had a really good chance there, but it was the position on the 6 was always gonna be very close, very touchy. It was a brave way to try and make it. It looks like Sanjin's arm is getting warmed up.
Yeah, absolutely, and we did get a couple of glimpses of that in earlier matches, and so he doesn't need any excuse to start running balls, and Pedro will be kicking himself.
Yeah, it's the moment where you think How often is Sanjin gonna give me such chances?
Yeah, and I don't think Sanjin is going to give away too many chances whatsoever. And just taking a look at our other tables, I've just updated the scores. We have Germany's Tobias Bongas playing against the the Estonian Stanislav, and he's winning 4-1. Tobias is already a champion this week, am I correct?
Yeah, that's true. Tobias won the straight pool. So yeah.
And if I remember, he did it the hard way. He was in one match where he ran to 99 and was struggling to get over the line. He played tremendously in the straight discipline. All of those matches available on YouTube to be played back on the Pro Billiard TV channel. Pedro did not scratch.
He did not scratch, and he's still on the table.
This is what he wants to see. Now, he has choices. He looks like the solids would be his favourite here, but they might not be.
Thing is, don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, we're playing on the TV tables. They're playing with the shot clock, so the players are accustomed to just look at the situation and follow their gut feeling. A lot of times that's right because they're top class players. Sometimes, yeah, an extra minute or so would have been nice just to evaluate the situation. But he's going for the solids, and look at this for a bump.
That was a great shot, and yeah, you were right with this being the TV table. And I have to say, and this is a testament to the professional players, I haven't actually seen any incidents at all with the shot clock. I don't know about yourself, but these guys have clearly played under the shot clock before, and they're cool customers.
Well, I saw one time fall from Pia Filler, but other than that, they're managing really good. Wow!
He hit that. Needed to. And finds himself with a nice 8-ball.
Well, that one was very important, and I think he just hit gear at or the right moment, or maybe just too late. That's the question.
With this alternate break, Pascal, you know, I think it might be a hill too much to climb. Just purely based on the way that Sanyin is playing right now, and as you alluded to earlier in this match, the breaks being the real noticeable difference between the two of them. However, Pedro has started to get back into a bit of form, including the break, but Sanyin breaking for the opportunity to go to the hill.
Oh, the 5-ball nearly. Oh,
I
made
think
another
the
ball.
11. Yeah, I think the 11 just dropped in the corner, Pascal. He's still at the table.
So, if I'm Pedro at this moment, I would be, well, hopeful, because it's not an easy layout. There are a few problems with both solid and stripes.
Yeah, and he's having a careful look here because he's going to really want to try and solve that sooner rather than later. So everybody,
Oh. Yeah. Tried to put a lot of inside spin on the ball, was a little bit stretched out. Just didn't deliver like he should or wanted to. So one ball blocking, I think both balls, so it's a little bit unlucky for Pedro, but at least he's at the table for a chance to get 6-5. If he gets 6-5, then he'll be breaking and maybe getting. We're having ourselves a match.
yeah, there could be a good chunk of drama left in here. However, it looked like Pedro went for a difficult bank shot and didn't make it, and now gives the advantage back to Sanyin at the table.
So if there were any questions about if the 5 was available in the side, well, there you have it. Would have liked the other angle on the 7 to bump into the 4. So decides not to take the 7, to leave it for a better angle, which he maybe can create now. Having the 6 as a backup ball. You think
just
he's playing this hard, get in, or I like playing this
Well,
a little bit soft.
I did notice from the camera angle that that 4 has no corner pocket. Both corner pockets are blocked for it, so he's going to need to move one of them 3 balls down there. Oh, that's 2, Sanyin. That's very
Can't believe
unexpected.
it.
Oh, do you think the scent of the winning line is bringing a little bit of anxiety into the arm? I'm not too sure.
Yeah, maybe he was a little bit focused on, or maybe maybe he hadn't decided which ball or how to attack in the best way. But if you're Pedro, well, he looks hopeful. He's human.
It does look like Pedro has a similar problem to the one that Sanyin had with the 4. Instead, this time it's the 9 ball. So if you just look at the top of the table when you get chance, I don't think it has a corner pocket to go to. However, this is a tricky cut. Whoa, and just misses the 10.
Yeah, I think the 15 obviously goes. We have just like an angle kind of similar to where he is now, only a little bit closer. You can gently bump into the 9 half ball and leave the 9 and the cue ball on the short rail. In an ideal situation, of course. Well, use the whole pocket.
Well, I think after his earlier shot where he used the cushion to come around the stripe, I think that's given him a little bit of confidence playing into that pocket. Now this is where we come back to what you were saying about position on the 15th, Pascal. Has he got himself an angle, and more importantly, can he get a good bridge and reach this 10 and get the spin he needs? He needs to be tall, Pascal.
Yeah, I think you just have to leave it longer. That way you can assure yourself of the pot. I wanted to say, did that drift off a little bit?
Did he get some unwanted side and throw on that by bridging?
Yeah. I think the shot clock got him there a little bit also.
Well, a bit unusual. It did look like Pedro was getting into a good stroke there, and that would have slowed him down. One thing I did notice, Pascal, and it's happened in a couple of matches today, that normally when there's a miss to be made, it's when they have to move some other balls, and it's as if their focus of ensuring they contact that object ball clearly is sometimes taking their focus off the pot. And with these very tight pockets on the Predator arc tables, you can't take liberties, and I think you were telling me in the last week we were together, they're 4¼ inch pockets.
Yeah, 4¼ Wow. But I think you're totally right. The pockets play really tight. They play fair, if you ask me. But now, look at where Sanjin ended up. Going left-handed for the bank shot. Left-handed bank shot. Well, some gymnastics also.
We'll have some American one-pocket players urging this ball in.
Oh, wow.
Missed it by quite a way.
Was there maybe a touch of safety in mind, leaving the cue ball on the rail?
I think that was a good play if it was. I think he's even covered the angle down to the 10, and by the looks of it, it has, so he's forced to take on this long 15. And then I think he's still got to find a way to get position on this 9, Pascal, and is this going round the houses?
Yeah. He's looking at the 3-railer, but the 8 ball is slightly in the way, I feel. Or the angle is not really that big enough. Could also go with draw and then go long, short. And then
needs to avoid the center pocket.
I'll judge that pretty well. Was pretty close. A little bit too close for comfort, but how about that? Get in.
Stop.
Oh, it isn't over yet.
Drama in Tallinn.
Watch out for the cue ball, though. Watch out for the cue ball! Oh!
And he succeeds and brings.
Wow, my heart.
I'll wait for you to take a breath, Pascal.
I mean,
yeah. Drama. What can we say? And if we weren't on the edge of our seats, we certainly are now, as Pedro brings it back to 6-5. Sanyin not able to get on the hill as yet. So we shall see. And as we pan back to the beautiful view of the Kalevi Sports Hall, the star-studded Sports Hall, we're having a little look at the other tables playing. This will be our other TV table being live streamed to you free. And I think in the background, right at the back, is a Petri Mackin, who at my last look was winning 4-2. And I have a quick check. We might even find out who he's playing. But 28 tables in play. And we are in the last 64 of the men's 8-ball discipline. And it appears the players are taking a break, which I think is good. 6-5. And going to be interesting to see how the break plays a role now for the remaining frames. We've seen a few wild breaks from Pedro, and that has given Sanyin every opportunity to maintain his lead. However, in retrospect, Sanyin's made a couple of his own mistakes. In fact, he made a couple of very unforced errors, very much unexpected, and Pedro has also taken advantage. So I think this could still go either way. I think you'd probably want to go on Sanyin by form and the alternate break. However, as you just saw in that last frame, there's still drama out there.
Yeah. You said we were sitting on on the edge of our seats, but I was already standing.
Brilliant.
There was some exciting stuff right in that last rack.
Oh,
We all
the
like
last-
to see the break and runs, but it's also nice to see the tension and when the positions aren't that perfect, to see how these high-level players react to that. And sometimes it's also nice to see that they are human.
I think that's one of the best parts of having these matches live streamed. You get to see all the human sides. When you just get the highlight reel, you don't really get a feel of what's been going on. And I think some of the examples that I've seen of the sportsmanship and the ability to laugh off mistakes, it's just a great advertisement for the sport. It really is. Just having a look, is that mad Maximilian there?
Yeah,
Just seeing if
such
I
a
can
solid
find-
player.
Yeah. And I believe he came in with Albin Ushan from doing work abroad out in the Far East, I believe. And they both flew in for this tournament and were straight into the action. Hopefully they've had a day or two now to acclimatise. But Max looking to go deep. And if I can find you an update on that score, I will.
Well, I can give you an update.
Thank you very much, sir.
See, Maximilian Lechner, aka Max, plays Casper Matikanen, and that's a 5-5 score. So that's very close.
That will be an exciting match to commentate on too. We are being blessed these 12 days, and as you quite rightly pointed out in the introduction, it's only day 7. We have got lots and lots of matches to keep bringing to you, and with 2 streaming tables, both with commentary, you will get the richest play within the action. And this is going to be a very key break for Pedro. He will not want to scratch off this one, and maybe took a little bit out of it.
Yeah, he did. How's the 4?
The 4 says no, and that brings Sanyin back to the table. Pedro did not want that at all.
Yeah, felt a little bit cautious that break. A little bit like he was saying, don't scratch, which he didn't. But no balls on the break. To play a delicate break, it's harder and harder when you get more tension in your body. How about that for a first shot?
Whoa, Pascal, he clearly really wanted to go solids there. I thought that was a brave shot to take on, and at a pivotal point in this game. That's brave.
But still, solids are not easy. I get with the 4 over there why he would choose solids.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you quite rightly pointed out, I think he's listening to you, because he just went and had a little look at that 5. That 5's tricky, and from this angle it doesn't look like it passes the 10, so he's going to go into a position for that 5 now by the looks of it.
Nice little stun and run. Still
Where's
some
the
work
cue
to do.
ball? Yeah, where's the cue ball going to go here, do you think?
Well, maybe just leave it close to the long rail. Could see with the other angle there is, yeah, exactly over there. There is a gap for the 4, but oh, he looks a little bit unsure. I think he wanted a little bit more angle. He's pretty straight, I think. So I think he has to play position for the 6, maybe in the upper right, or can he draw back for the 1?
I think he had a look to see if that 6 would pass inside to the centre pocket, but I don't think that's on. And I think this is a good shape if he plays this into the corner pocket to head down and hold for the 1, but maybe he'll take the 1 here.
I think I'll take the 1. Yeah. He's just has to watch out that he doesn't end up bridging over the 9. But that is where cue ball is straight, so have to make up his mind with shot clock.
Yeah, good point. He did have to make up his mind with the shot clock. But I think he's played that really well.
Yeah, so he has room. Can let out the stroke a little bit if he chooses to. Just make sure of the pot.
Hopefully he's put the last frame out of his head. Ooh.
Oh, how far does it go? Oh. Wow.
I think he had a bit of unwanted side on that cue ball, and it just seemed to run off that cushion, and it's left him a jump shot if he decides to take it on, which I'm sure he will. How'd you like this for a highlight reel, Pascal?
Wow, big moment to get on the hill. He's good with the jump cue. Oh, just missed it, and wow, luckily for him he didn't scratch. Almost looked like that he was gonna scratch also.
Yeah, he was as close to the pot as he was to selling out there. Oh, there's still drama left, Pascal.
So unexpected to get to the table. Where's the cue ball? No way! Oh, can you believe it? I thought, was it gonna get in between there?
Well,
He's kind of happy that it didn't scratch, and he's also kind of sick that he ended up there. But wow, this is not easy. Some circumstances.
Okay. Maybe we can just sit down for a moment.
Just take a breather. I think we are having a harder time than Pedro.
And if we're not, he's certainly holding it in very, very well.
So, would you ever have thought that Sanjin would snooker himself on that? I thought he had so much space, but maybe there was just a little bit of adrenaline in his arm.
Yeah.
Just a few
indeed.
inches.
Well, I don't think he's going to have too much trouble here, but you can imagine inside the cogs are whirring. So, a good deep breath.
Although there's no problem, I don't really get why he didn't shoot the 11 first. But
Possibly.
no problems there. 6-6, and we're looking at a tight match, and the tension is on. Get in. So who do you favor now in this single elimination?
Do you know what? That's a difficult question to answer. I was just going to ask you what you thought Sanjin might be thinking after that last falling out of position, and if he's just starting to think, It's just things aren't going his way. This break will be very telling now. I think if he makes a good break, this could show us who our favourite is going to be. However, does Pedro and the pool gods have something to say about that? Let's find out. It's looking dry.
Oh, can you believe it? But it looks a little bit messy.
Yeah, and I think all in all, that's probably Sanyan's worst break of the match, which goes to show how well he has been breaking. Pedro will be looking as carefully as he can, and if there is a pattern he can take advantage of here. I think he's looking at going stripes.
Yeah, I like going stripes. Actually, would have liked to play the easier shot first myself. Oh, how about that? Doesn't look really bad, but can he avoid kissing the one ball when he makes the 14? If he can, that will help.
He does. And that little tough situation down there, Pedro decided to go in early, and it was paying dividends for him. Yeah, I think he's played that really well. He's given himself the opportunity for the 12 here, which could have been a little bit of a problem for him. So if he can eliminate that one now, he's given himself every opportunity to take the lead. And I believe that will be for the first time in this match, so...
Yeah, what a moment to do it.
Exactly. Take the lead for the first time and make the hill. No pressure now, Pedro.
So it's still a little bit funny because of where the 2 ball is and the 4. It's still a little bit touchy. To get good position, have to get kind of straight-ish. Well, that would do. And I would prefer being close, as close as possible to the 10. I think he's perfect.
Yeah, that's exactly where he was putting his cue, but yet...
Maybe the angle is a little bit bigger than it looks from here. When it's too big, he's gonna collide into the 8. Yeah, so I have to navigate the kiss. This can go wrong. Can he avoid the kiss? Whoa!
He just gave it a little peck on the cheek, really.
So, this 8 ball to get on the hill. Wow. To be very honest with you, Gethin, there was a point in the match where I was pretty sure Pedro was not gonna have a chance like this.
No, I think you, me, and possibly a few of our viewers at home watching would have felt the same. And maybe Pedro himself is a little bit surprised and might be treating it with the attitude of, oh, now I've made it here, just keep going same as before. But as we've seen, his breaks haven't been the most consistent part of his game. And I'm wondering if that will just play a little part on his mind, and if he will decide to change anything now, which at this stage of the game, making any changes can prove costly as much as they can prove beneficial. So here we go. Pedro Pereira of Portugal on the hill against Sanyin Pelivanovic. Pedro to break.
Big moment. Well, at least no scratch. 3 balls on the break. I have to say, this is at least a chance. He's not happy with the result, I think, because the 14 is blocked by the 6. So no actual easy opener. Has to be a bit of a gut shot maybe on the 7 or on the 13, which is a little bit hampered.
Oh yeah, you saw a little tap of the table and a bit of frustration showing on Pedro there. I think once he saw a few of them balls going in the pocket, his eyes would have opened. But he's not got the easiest of openers, and this is a tricky 7.
Yeah, work to do. Pace was good. Wobbled in.
Yeah, a lot of work to do. Well, maybe the 4 needs to be given greater consideration. There's a lot of around his balls down there.
Yeah, you can see the 5 goes into the side pocket. So getting kind of straight on the 5 would help.
Oh, he was trying. He was trying to do you proud there, Pascal.
Oh, maybe I saw him looking earlier. If it goes in the corner, it would also be... Oh, he has several options. He can bump into the 14 with the 5, but also the 1 ball is also available now. So if he can see a path to the 3. But nice thing, if you bump into the 14 now, you have an option of maybe the 3 ball if it stops, or if it rolls further, then you have the 1 ball in the corner. So I like this shot. Well, played that very well. Is the 1 ball in the side available?
I think it is.
So that would be interesting. What a moment for such a difficult break and run. This would be getting.
Yeah, this would be one of the toughest we've seen in this match. And what a time to make something happen. I think we've had flashes of Pedro's performance so far that shows us he's more than capable of closing this out. However, at this stage of the match, Pascal, nothing is easy.
Nothing is easy, and I don't think the 8 ball passes the 9. So if not, you have to hit this a little bit harder. So, and this is a little bit too hard. Maybe a little bit of adrenaline in the arm. Wow.
He wasn't going to make it easy for us, was he, Pascal?
Yeah, he's calling it. Have to elevate the cue. Oh no. This is a bit harder. Oh no, where's the cue ball? Oh, what a moment. Senjin can't believe it. He was already thinking about what he was gonna do the rest of the day.
However... Well, Pascal, you and I tend to get the entertaining matches, and it doesn't get much more entertaining than this.
No, you're totally right. I'm loving it. I'm pretty sure there are some maybe Portuguese fans who don't agree with us there, but going to a hill decider.
And you would probably say that if this 8 ball goes down, the advantage has shifted from Pedro to Sanyin. And hill, Pascal. We normally love these positions, But this one's been especially exciting to get to this point.
Yeah, I'm already up from my chair. Can't sit anymore. This is so exciting. Yeah.
I could just picture it too. Brilliant.
Yeah, you have to feel for Pedro too, right? He was playing so brave. And then he needed to elevate to avoid the scratch, which made the pot easier, missed it, then got the unlucky kiss and scratched.
I know. And he'd done all the hard work, Pascal. That was the thing, as you pointed out. It wasn't the easiest of clearances to start with, and he really had to work hard to get his pattern. And then just to, as you say, it may have been a bit of adrenaline in the arm, but great entertainment for us, though.
Yeah, certainly is, and it's great to see and to have a chance to see how this young 23-year-old Sanjin is gonna deal with the pressure of being hill. And don't forget, this is single elimination in this last 64 of the Predator European Championships 8-ball. So there he goes.
He took especially long making sure this rack was tight. He means business.
So cue ball is controlled, got kicked. Is safe.
Yeah, the cue ball did get a little wild there, Pascal. How is he looking now?
So the break was controlled. It was a good break. No bad luck with the cue ball being kicked, but look at the 15 and the 3.
Yeah, there could still be a little sting in the tail yet. I think he's taking the better options with stripes to be able to have a chance to get into that 15, with there being 2 other stripes, the 9 and the 10 down there. So opening up to this end of the table first. And if you're going to ask me, Pascal, I'm still not sure which way it's going to go.
Well, do you think when the 11 is gone, do you think that the 15 ball can go to the upper right? If so, that will help. That way he doesn't, he has more options, at least.
Yeah, that's a great spot, Pascal. And I think if it does pass the 3 into that corner bag, that's his out. So it will be interesting. He's lining up an angle on the 11 off of this 12.
Yeah, I don't think he actually... I'm not sure if he looked at the option if the 15 goes. Sometimes, especially in 8-ball with the shot clock, it's not a lot of time, as you have to watch and check all the possibilities. So if he has an angle on the 9, for example, a nice angle, he can go into them with a backup ball, with a 10 as a backup ball. A little bit of movement, went for the kiss.
He got the kiss.
Did he left the 10?
I think he has. Oh, that's a great shot to finish on the 10. Ooh. So, Pascal.
This is a little bit funny. Right? He has to draw back. I think he's straight. Oh, it doesn't look too bothered. So 2 balls left. Get in this, whirlwind of a match.
I have to say, at the 3 or 4 frame point, I would not have predicted a hill. What a match we have been treated to. Looking good,
I
Pascal.
can assure you there is no drama coming here. And there you have it. Senjin Pelavanovic wins over Pedro Pereira, who's unfortunately got knocked out of the European 8-Ball Championship. Thank you all for watching. Stay tuned for a lot of more pool action to come. And Table 1 and Table 2 are both streamed with commentary. Don't forget to help if you want to by subscribing and sharing the stream. And thanks for watching. My name is Pascal de Smit. And get in, my friend. Thank you for joining me in the booth again today.
Thank you, Pascal. See you soon.
And this was it for us for now. Thanks, guys. Bye.
these men.
After this lock, you should start. Okay.
Well, hello to all our pool fans tuning in from around the globe. You join us on day 7 of the 2025 Epbf Predator European Pool Championships. And we're bringing you today's matches from the beautiful city of Tallinn. And the next match being brought to you as you watch them getting ready for the lag is the 8-ball women's last 32, I do apologize, between Kristina Zlateva and Sara Rocha. And what a thriller we have today. I'm Gethin Davis, and joining me in the booth today is my good friend and colleague Joris van Amersfoort. Welcome, Joris. Good to have you with me again.
Much. Cheers, mate. And welcome everybody in this nice match, last 32. It's single elimination, so the winner will go through to watch the last 16. So we have Sara Rocha from Braga in Portugal, and Kristina Zlateva, she's from Bulgaria.
And Joris, I've seen a few good Bulgarian and Portuguese players, and I've had the pleasure of commentating on one of Sara Rocha's earlier matches, and she is a very cool customer around the table, doesn't get flustered, and has a very nice break on her. However, I haven't seen her in the 8-ball discipline yet, and it looks like Sara has taken the advantage win in the lag, so we'll get to see her break first. Let's see what we're in for this match, Joris.
Yeah, and her opponent is Kristina Zlateva. She's from the World Team 2, playing in America at the Las Vegas Women Open, but also during the 2024 World Championship Istanbul. I was just checking, and she beat, for example, Savannah Easton, which is quite an accomplishment. She lost 2-1 against Pia Villa. But she's playing on an international scene, so quite experienced with these big tournaments.
Yeah, and Sara is at the table now after a dry break, and there's a couple of problems, or certainly at least one problem I see there, and that might just force her to consider the solids here. However, it depends how she feels she can open that up, or if there is a route through to the 7 and the corner without disturbing them, but she's got off to a good opener.
Yeah, not only did she make the 5 and got solids, but she nudged that 9-ball a little bit away from the side pocket, and that might be an issue now for Kristina. So let's see if she opens up the 7, or she think it just goes into the... Ooh, she missed that shot by a mile. Some early nerves there for Sara.
Yeah, I think you're right there, and I can't imagine that they will hold on for too long, as I was just checking on the match that I did commentate for her, and it was in the final of the women's 10-ball a few days ago, and she sadly lost in that one at the end to, well, with a very good performance from Alara Ghaffari, and we got to see her a little bit earlier yesterday as well. So a little bit of TV time under the belt sometimes can help. Kristina is looking to not let the TV table affect her at all. So, good opportunity here. Probably didn't think she'd be back at the table so quickly.
Stop shot on the 11. she hasn't given too much of an attention at that 9 ball. From the camera view, it's quite a difficult shot, and I'm not quite sure it will go into the side pocket.
No, but is this the chance she has to go into this little cluster of 3 here? She looks like she's going to attack it straight away.
Yeah, that's the right shot, of course. So open it up. Now, if that 9 ball does not have an easy path towards this corner pocket, this side pocket, you might take the 14 on now and try to make the 14 off the 9 in the side. But she's looking for the 15.
Yeah, the way she played into that cluster, that 14 came running over towards the 9, and I think that's a good shout, because from the great overhead view there, that 9 looks to be frozen on the wrong side of the knuckle.
Well, we're gonna find out very soon now. The way she played this position, I assume that she believes that this 9 is makeable in the side pocket. And indeed, it works.
Such a delicate shot, Joris. You're always a little bit on the edge when it comes to putting it in the middle pocket from that sort of position. And I think she's just done enough here to run through.
Perfect. Crossover back to the right side of the table. To shoot the 8 ball in the low left.
Very good opening passage of play from our Bulgarian Kristina. And Sarah did get a chance at the table and didn't take it. She's putting nicely, Joris.
Yeah. Looking good for now.
And very important, even at this early stage of the match, to win on your break. As you may have noticed in earlier matches, this is alternate break. Rack your own. And with the TV table, we're on the shot clock. And they're both allowed 1 extension per rack. And that is the best possible start for Kristina, winning the lag and on her break. Let's see what Sarah does with an 8 ball rack. And I can tell you now, it's a little similar to the way they were breaking at the 10 ball. However, within the 10 ball discipline, we had a break box, which they were not allowed to break in, ensuring they couldn't break from the center of the table. I'm pretty sure, though, that is where Sarah will elect to begin her adventure. She just lost the cue ball there, Joris, and aside of that, it was a very strong break. Ball's dropping.
Yes, that's another mistake by Sarah. And I've done a little research in the last minute. And I just found out that both ladies, Kristina and Sarah, play for Sports Club Braga in Portugal.
Well, that's interesting. It's not exactly next door to Bulgaria.
No,
but it sounds,
no.
It does sound like pool has really taken on in Portugal, and that is good to hear.
Yeah.
She's electing to go for solids here, and she knew she had to move a ball, and she's done that really well, and it's always difficult in them situations. Better to do it earlier, so there are options in case the cue ball does misbehave. But I do like the touch she's played there, and there may even be a gap for the 6. Down past the 12, she's just looking.
Yeah, I assume it is there. And then you have 2 groups of free balls. So there's the 5, the 6 and the 2. And after that you can use the free ball to go towards the 7 to finish on the 8. That would be the ideal route for this rack, this second rack.
I think she's just looking at where she wants that cue ball for the 6. And she's just taken a little bit of extra time. And as we alluded to, this is on the TV table, a shot clock. Oh, that must be where she wanted it.
Maybe. To me it looks a little bit thinner than I would have wanted.
Yeah, you would have imagined she would have tried to want to play for the 3 off this. Maybe she has forced now to come all the way out for the 7. No.
I think she's good. She can play stop shot now. Or run into the 12 ball. Go forward from the 3.
Very good sign when you see the player falling out of position somewhat and being able to get it back under control within the next shot. We have seen on a few occasions some players in 8 balls especially falling out of position early and then chasing their own tails somewhat. So that's really important and very well done. I'm really liking the look of Christina here. Very composed. Doesn't give away too much.
Crossing over from the 2 ball. Looking good. This will fall a little bit straight on the 7. Well, it's very straight. So she's now forced to go forwards to shoot the 8 in the side pocket. But both balls are quite stuck on the rail, so she will have to shoot the 8 from the rail too. Unless she forces it, but I won't suggest that.
Ooh. She cheated it a little bit and got away with it. These Predator Arc tables are not ones to be cheated too often, but that was a great shot to ensure the cue ball didn't stay on the cushion, because it would have been a difficult 8 ball. As instead, she's making it a little bit easier for herself.
Well done. Got the second rack on the board. Having a 2-0 lead now.
Yeah, and very good early signs for Christina.
Yeah, not only does she has that 2-0 lead, she also has a lot of table time right now, a lot of positivity, a lot of feel. And Sarah is still waiting for, well, the first settle down shots that you really need in a match like this.
Yeah, absolutely. As we take a little look around the Kalevi Hall and at our other TV table, we find Daniel Maciel, who's been playing very strong this week, playing against Matthias Nagocki, who I will just let on. He's a little pick of mine, Joris. I really like the way he's been playing this week.
All right. Well, let's keep an eye on him.
Well, 2-0 lead. Christina to break. She couldn't have asked for a better position, Joris. Let's see how she handles this. Well, that will be a dry break, and that cue ball down this end of the table isn't leaving too much that's obvious.
That 12 ball will cut back. That might be her only option if she wants to attack.
Yeah, that's a good shout, Joris, and I actually quite fancy the stripes here, so that might not be a bad opener.
No, yeah, she might go for the 4 in the left side, but I don't fancy that shot on arc tables. So I'll take the cut back on the 4, on the 12. I think. She's taking this cut shot to this corner. Looks like the long cut down the rail she's taking on. Well, that's a great shot.
That's
Never
a
touched the
fantastic
rail.
shot.
Well
And I
played.
think if I looked at the layout there, Joris, I would not have picked that out as her first shot. So very, very strong stuff, and certainly not giving in at all to the scoreline. They're all in a good space, her stripes, but she still needs to be a bit particular about the pattern she takes here, with the 9 sitting where it is at the top of the table along with the 11, or is that?
That's the 12 up there.
It's the 12. My apologies. So
So, forced to take the 11 first, I guess. Which is okay. From
yeah,
the 10,
and
it's quite easy to go back to the center of the table for the 9 ball.
absolutely, and with the 11 not there, she won't be hampered as much. Does open up the 8 in that pocket too. Little rub.
Yes, she chose to go down. And I would have liked to stay above that 5 ball.
And just coming past the 6 to pot it, you mean? So the ball
Exactly,
travels back
yeah.
up the... Yeah, I see what you mean. Good point.
Now you gotta work with it. It's still doable. You can stun this to the long rail with some side towards the 8 ball. But there's quite some risk in it. Could snooker yourself behind the 8. You could get a bounce, so you end up behind the 2-7.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a nice kiss for her.
Yeah, you were right picking out the 8, and she got a little bit of side on that ball, and it threw it up towards that cluster. It's worked out nice. There is a gap between the 1 and the 4, but she may just elect to run on through, but she hasn't. She's kept the gap. These are good signs, Joris. I think we could be in for a thriller today.
You feel so? You just had a thriller. You just had a hill match, didn't you?
I had to go and have a little walk outside after that one.
There was a lot of tension in that match.
Absolutely.
But in the end, Sanjin Vlanovic did make it. Where's the cue ball going? Where's the... Oh! Again.
Wow.
Tempting Lady Luck. But she fell 50-yard line, but I feel like it will go into both pockets, corner pocket and side pocket. Looks like she's going for the side pocket.
The thinnest of cuts.
Makes it. Nice.
Very, very nicely done.
She's on the board.
That's a
First
good answer back.
break.
Well, that's good to see. And Sarah has the break as well. And as quickly as Christina stole a march, Sarah will be looking to steal this back. And this could be a perfect time to see a break and run. And I'm sure she will share that sentiment with us in the commentating booth. She's a good, decent amount of power in that arm as well, so I can imagine once she finds the sweet spot. She becomes quite consistent from that end of the table. Let's see if she gets on with this one. Ooh. Ooh.
That just found some gravity.
Absolutely. Newton and the apple. Now, she also just rattled the 13 in the pocket, and it stayed there. However, all of the balls are in a little cluster around the waist of the table, and with it being scratch off the break in 8-ball, Christina will have to play forwards from the kitchen. And is anything jumping out at you, Joris?
Stripes.
Yeah, I fancy stripes, but with that 6 there, she may want to take the easy. No, I think she's listened to you, Joris.
Yeah, well done. Yeah, stop. Stop there. Run a little bit further than she wanted. I assume that the 10 towards the corner would be the easiest shot now.
Yeah.
Which is fine. I would like to take away the 11 as soon as possible. That would open up the 12 towards the side pocket.
Yeah, the 12 isn't in a very nice position there, truth be told. And if it wasn't for the black hampering her, I think she would have gone for that shot straight away.
Yeah, I might still do that. Run into the 6 afterwards for a shot on a 9. I'm curious if she can find a solution for the 12 now. Of course, it does now go to the side pocket close to the free ball, but to find the position on that 12 for that shot is quite some challenging shot. So quite not easy to get there.
No, and she'd ideally want to be as straight as possible or a little bit off on the angle, but with too much of an angle I don't think she can hold for it. So is she going to look to try and tee up position from the 9? It may be her best opportunity. She might end up with a little bit of a longer shot on the 11, unless she's seen something different to you and I, Joris, and this is the beauty of 8-ball. Yep, she's taking this long 11 on. Again, Joris.
Yeah,
she's
it's gonna be
to you.
Yeah, well, a stunned follow-through shot is required, I guess. You can roll this in, but that's very delicate. So I would prefer to shoot this as a stun follow-through to roll forwards, but keep stroking.
Well,
Well, that's a good shot.
that's a very good shot. I guess you would have liked it a little bit further off the cushion, but I would take this.
Yes, you can roll past that 14 ball to shoot the 14 in the left side again, because that has opened up when the 12 is gone.
Yeah, good shot, Joris.
Probably go to the end rail, back to the center of the table. No side required.
No side required, and this would be an ideal reply for Christina. Sarah will be ruining giving her ball in hand off of her break.
Oh no!
Maybe saw the winning line and just took her eye off it a little bit, but these Middle pockets are tight. I do know the corner pockets are 4 1/4, so I can't imagine the middle pockets are any less tight in regards to the table, so it makes many a shot into the middle bag precocious. And Sarah's got a little bit to do here if she wants to nip this one back. And I'm not too sure on that 3 in the middle. That's very tight.
She's now taking the 7 to the side. It feels like a free shot because of the 14 if you go back around the 2. But it might not be very free. If you miss the 7, it might open up that 14 ball for your opponent. Important to make it, and yes, he does. But not out of the woods yet.
No, not at all. I think she wanted to come a little shorter than that and work some magic off the 2 ball, but that has now gone, and I think, well, I don't know. I probably would have.
I would agree. Just play safe here. You can keep on struggling, but it might be more wise just to have a little bit patient. Let your opponent take one low percentage shot, and then start from a good position where you can keep that good position, rather than go risky on the shot.
Now, has Sarah stopped the 1 cushion escape on the long rail?
She's aiming for 2 rail.
Yeah.
Now it's 1 now, I guess. No, 2 rail. Good hit. Close.
Yeah, and I think she called the pocket.
Yeah, definitely. Now she can start with the 3 foot towards the corner. Or is she going to be patient again? Play safe?
Yeah, she's looking to get a better position than that. And there was no real gimme there for her, and you're correct, Joris. I think it would have been a little bit foolish to have gone for something dramatic at that stage, and looking for a mistake from Christina could be and should be order of the day. Is there an edge, and can she swerve it around?
I guess it's only for a hit, but to swerve this, well, there's also a shot clock of sorts. Gotta make a decision.
Well, as you saw from that, she did get a lot of swerve on it, but still missed it by a way, so Sarah obviously put her in a better snooker than it was obvious, so she's got what she wanted, Joris. Ball in hand.
Yeah, and there is no first prize at the European Championships for winning with a very nice run out or something like that. So it doesn't need to be very pretty or textbooked, or no, you don't need to just keep on running tables. As long as you win, that's what counts.
Exactly, and sometimes it's the players that can battle through that when the rolls are not going their way, maybe the field isn't there. That's the testament of the great players that can come through winning in them situations. And as I mentioned before, Sarah is no slouch, and she made the final.
I would like to give the 1 ball a little nudge here. Exactly. Oh, she overcut it. Ooh. Well.
Joris.
another chance here for Christina. And this is cuttable.
I have to say I did fancy Sarah for that cut, but I didn't like the way that cue ball was going to be travelling, and Christina's got a difficult but definite opportunity here.
There it is. Well played. This could be a game changer for the match.
This could indeed be a game changer for the match, because Sarah looked to be in control there and looking good to bring it back to all square at 2-2. However, as we both know, Joris, momentum can shift.
Yeah, and yeah, she makes it. It's also now not only a 3-1 lead, it's also into Sarah's head, I guess, where it feels like that this frame should have been hers, and she really lost this rack. It's really hard to stay positive after this one.
Yeah, and you bring up a real good point, Joris. You know, it's not easy playing this level of professionalism, or at this level with such a busy schedule, and not expect other factors to come into play, such as, and as Tim was mentioning earlier in our first match, nutrition, good sleep, and good mental strength. And this is where it really comes in and counts. And I think Sarah just needs to block that one out of her memory and hope she gets a chance in this rack to not let Christina take too much of a lead. It looks like that's going in the corner, Joris.
Yeah, the one ball was already gone.
Oh, indeed.
Two
good
balls
spot.
down. Quite a good layout. I don't mind starting with that big 4 ball. Draw a little bit back for the 5.
Yeah, I think that's the best opener.
Stay down on the shot. Well done.
And
Now
I
you
have to
could
say-
leave that 6 ball for the end. You could use that as a stop shot for the 8 in the side. So if you take the 5 and then the 3-7 first and keep the 6 ball till the end, that might be a better choice than to go up table, like do the 5 first, then the 6, then the 7 and the 3.
Yeah. And I think that's exactly what she's gonna do.
Yeah, the only thing is she fell very straight on the 7, so she probably will have an angle on the 3 ball and not able to hold it towards the 6. Yeah. Decision time. If she can draw this at the right side of 11, then that's the shot to go for.
Yeah, I agree. Anything else and she's gonna start bringing some other balls into play, or at least threaten that.
She chooses for the long 6. She's really relying on a very straight stroke.
Yeah, exactly. And I was actually surprised. I thought she would try and screw that back a little bit further, but going on previous performance and how she does stay out down on the ball, Joris, I do fancy her for this, but she's just at that awkward distance bridging from the cushion. She's not happy.
No.
Yeah. It's difficult,
It's
huh?
always difficult, yeah. I tempt, if it's like a 50%, to put my hand on the table. She chose to put the hand on the rail. Well, very well played.
Very well played indeed. Good shout, Joris. And this is a big win, or rather big rack for Christina here, because this is going to ask some big questions of Sarah, and I believe with the way that she's breaking, it's going to mean that Christina's going to have to make some mistakes as well, and she's not made too many. Neither of them have. But yeah, 4-1. And we need to see Christina deliver. And I believe there's still some big names threatening in the ladies' 8-ball. We've been, and had the pleasure rather, of witnessing some great ladies' straight matches and 10-ball matches. We still have the 9-ball to come after this.
And of course, teams.
Indeed, we had. It is, and we had a little bit of a taste of some team action yesterday, and
Yeah.
it's looking good.
Yeah, I believe that the finish line of the teams, the finals, will be held on April 8th. So, a few more days to play in the teams.
Yeah, and I do like a team event. It does bring some great sportsmanship and laughs out. They do take it seriously, but it's a testament to how these guys and gals enjoy their time at these Euros. Now, this is not an easy pot at all, and I don't think she's going to turn it down. I don't think she's going to turn it down, Joris.
No, me neither. I think she has to go for it. She was brave enough in that only rack that she won. She took another difficulty opener. And again, a very brave shot. Well potted.
Yeah.
Not out of the woods. The orange 13 ball close to the yellow 1 ball is going to be the hardest problem. Well, assuming that it doesn't flow into the side pocket. She could go for that shot now, but for example, making this 4 ball roll forward towards the 6, roll in the 13 into the side pocket, and have position on the 9. Would that be something?
Yeah, and I think that's what she was looking at with her last shot, and knowing that if she did fall a little bit out of shape, she may even have an angle to run into and develop that. But as you pointed out, Joris, that is a tight pot into the centre bag, and we've seen a few not behave earlier, so she may be a bit conscious of that. Let's see what Sarah does here. Does she follow Joris? Wow.
That's a little bit too far.
Was she playing to move it, or?
Don't know. It was kind of a stun follow through towards that line. I guess she wanted to not open it up because it's way too short for that. Taking on the red 11 to the corner. It's in.
She does have another angle here, Joris.
Yeah, but maybe it's time for plan B and leave yourself a bank shot on the 13. That would make the play much easier.
Yeah, and that pocket does lend itself to be a smidge bigger with the 7 sat there. Or does it make it a little bit smaller, Joris? Ooh. I think that was just pace that kept that out.
Yeah. Well, that 7 ball looks to go into the side pocket.
Well, as you were alluding to earlier, with her stripe near the centre being a problem ball, it also lends itself to creating a problem for Christina here with the one ball. So still a little bit of work to do if Christina wants to take this frame away from Sarah.
Well, to open up the one ball is the most easiest from the 6 ball. But if you take on the 2 right now for the right angle towards the 6, then you're gonna have an issue with the 5 ball. So she might open it up from the 5. Ooh, that's a little bit short.
And did she come too far for the 2?
Yeah,
Is back up there. Yeah, that's a little bit of a misjudgment there, Joris.
Yeah, absolutely. I do like her game plan, like rolling it forwards for the 5 ball and open up the 1 ball from the 5. It's already time, a few seconds left.
Yeah, that shot clock every now and again just adds that little bit of pressure at a time when you would rather not have it. So containing safety, but let's see how Sarah responds. Yeah, trading blows with containing safeties, and nothing obvious jumping out at me here for Christina. I don't know if you like the bank. Yeah.
Well, I think she doesn't like that 7 over there. So she's now 400% sure that that's not an issue anymore.
Back in the previous position, I was wondering if an aggressive player would have banked the 5 cross into the corner and tried to run into the 1 with a lot of deep screw. But I think we're at a different stage of the match now.
Well, Christina could have had that opportunity indeed, with a 4-1 lead. Now, what would you do?
Yeah, good question. And she's either got to find a way of moving that 1 ball, or she might have to be forced to do something safe. With the balls where they're positioned, I'm not too sure she can find a good safe, so she's in a nice position for the bank there.
Well, when this 5 is gone, then the 1 ball does have a pocket. If she can find that sweet spot down there, it would have been nice, but she overrun. I think she just went for it.
Yeah, I think she did, and she just needs to be 1 or 2 inches up from the center of the table. I think anything more and she's not going to see the pot, so this is a test of your cueing, Joris.
Ooh. Well, how's that? Is this working? It's tight.
Did you see a little tilt of the head from Christina as if, well, it might do, it might not.
Oh, how many options does she have not to go for it? The bank is out of the equation because of the 8 ball there. So she has to take it on. Go up and down. Quite a tough shot. Ooh, she makes it, but choose not to go up and down.
Yeah, I think she did that in such a way just to ensure she didn't overhit the pot and exaggerate any miss hit on it. So the cost is a very, very tricky 8 with no visibility of it either. So this could be coming back to Sarah, and it looks like Christina has something up her sleeve.
Well, I wouldn't really directly advise to play an intentional foul, because or you will always give away a shot, or it's very easy to snooker you back.
No, indeed, and I thought there was.
You can always kick. You can always go for luck on that shot. You know, just give it a swing. Never know what's gonna happen.
No, indeed, and I thought that if she'd have got an edge on the 8, there was a good chance of leaving the cue ball at the top end of the table, and then no easy pot given away if she were to.
Yeah. So at least you would have given yourself a chance. Now you choose to not take a chance. And I always think, like, how big is the chance that you will get a better shot than the shot that you had at that time? And I
Exactly.
assume she will never get a better shot than that kick shot.
Yep.
Good enough.
Absolutely.
Overrun it a little
And
bit, but
well done.
right. Yeah. Picked up the pieces.
Not
So
just
it was quite an interesting ending of this rack, to be honest. I think Christina was the winner of the safety battle. Got her first chance. Left herself a tough cut on that one ball down the rail, or it wasn't the one ball, that last ball down the rail. And if that's your game plan, then in the end she starts struggling. She didn't really take on the last shot as required, going up and down with the cue ball. And afterwards she didn't fancy the kick shot.
No, she didn't, and although Christina does have a healthy margin, you don't really want to be making too many mistakes like that.
No, the scoreboard has not been updated yet. It's 4-2 now. I think the players has to do that by themselves.
Yeah, I think they just forgot to do it this time. I'm sure someone in the team will remind them. And I'm not... Again, this cue ball's come right at that end of the table. It seems to have done that a few times now, and it just leaves a tricky opener for these ladies. And Sarah is not convinced, and as you pointed out, Joris, they've just got to be a bit conscious of the shot clock. A little bit of a longer time after the break, but still.
Yeah, she's going to play safe here.
Yeah. But
I'm not quite sure if that is a path towards that one ball. I guess that she has blocked the one ball.
yeah, and the 6 has blocked the 15 and the 10.
Yeah, so the 6 goes into the side pocket close to the 3. The 3 opens up that side pocket. So that would be an option.
No, choosing not to give away anything or create an unforced error. And that just goes to show Christina is just going to sit back a little bit and maybe hope Sarah makes the first mistake. Certainly is a tricky position for her.
Yeah, she took such a shot down the rail before, but she's declining it right now. It's a nice shot.
Very nice, a little sticking it up against the 9, and
Yeah, it wasn't
mentioned-
without a risk. You see, if that 6 ball stuck her nose out, it was a centimeter further, she would have given away a shot, but she found cover behind the 9.
Looking like to jack up, to screw back a bit from this 9. But what's going to happen to the 9 when it gets down there? Okay, it behaves somewhat. However, that 1 you alluded to is there. Oh, it looks straight as a die where the cue ball is. You don't want to be following that 1 ball into the corner pocket, so it's still some thinking to do for Sarah.
Yeah, and a shot clock doesn't help when thinking required. She's throwing it back from the 6 ball, I guess. She is.
And
Quite
she
interesting.
Has. Yeah, very interesting exchange of safeties here. None of them sticking to that cushion. So
Is the 115 a combination? It of course is, but it could be a shot to take on.
do you know, I think she just called it while you were calling it yourself.
Ah, cool. If you play a lot of straight pool, these shots get very familiar to your palmarès, your choice of shots.
Your box of tricks.
Yeah. It may look difficult, but in the end it's not that difficult to take on.
Okay, look now, Joris, if Christina wants to get to the hill in this race to 6, she is going to have to do something with 2 stripes by the looks of it, maybe even more, and I'm not too sure she can do much from there. Unless that... Oh, it passes, I think. Does it pass? The green stripe?
Yeah, the green stripes passes to the corner pocket, but her issue will be the 12 and the 11.
Yeah, indeed, and that's what I was trying to allude to earlier, Joris. Have you got any ideas? Because where them 2 stripes are, it looks quite difficult to find an angle to run up towards them.
Yeah. My idea would be smash into them from the orange.
Ooh, and she just nibbled it. She might not need to have to smash it now, because with a thin cut, and as you see sometimes with the straight breaks off thin cuts, you can let the cue ball do the work, because not a lot of energy comes out of it. So can she... Ooh.
Alright.
She got a little bit more hook on that than she wanted, but
yeah,
it could have come
to
out.
Be honest, and if she can take the cut on the 12 now, go up and down, just miss the 2 ball.
This is a big shot. This
could be out. It's tough, but she's a good shot maker. She showed us already before. Go up and down, just miss the 2 ball. Ooh.
Oh. And she
Wow.
did just miss the 2 ball.
Yeah, and she got the really second prize there. She's
I think
blocking
Sarah...
the 1 ball corner. Yes, just corrected score, doesn't she? But not only did she block the 1 ball, she doesn't really leave her easy opener. Can she see the 3 ball?
Yeah, I think that's what she's taking shape for.
Apparently, yeah.
She's not getting it all her way right now. She's going to have to dig a little deeper. And that 1 is still looming. So that will be playing a little bit of a part on her mind right now.
Yes, she plays safe. Using the 2 in the 8 as a blocker towards the 2 last remaining balls of Christina. Now this could be a jump shot. It's jumpable. Both balls. And to be honest, I might jump for the 11.
Yeah, I think I
Because
would
at the
do too.
moment, of course, this 12 ball is a much higher percentage shot to make. But if you miss it, you open up that ball. Oh.
Well, she made it in the sense of she didn't give up the foul, Joris. However,
No.
she
Yeah, she gave an open table to Sarah right now.
and you feel this is the moment that she needs to make her move now. Okay, them centre pockets still proving to be a challenge, and this has left Christina staring down the barrel of a bank shot, and I can't work out if that 2 would help or hinder her. So
Looks like hinder.
definitely from there, and clearly Christina wasn't convinced either. I'm not too sure she could have done something more there. However, Sarah's looking at dropping this in the middle pocket, and that 4 is in a nice position, Joris, if she wants to try and do something with the 7-11 trouble.
Yeah, absolutely, Gretchen. Draw this back from the 5 to leave yourself a nice angle, not too steep of an angle. Yes, that's perfect.
That is
You can
perfect
draw this
from
into the 11. I would go rail from the 4 into the rail into the 11. Probably go into the rail again and maybe give the 7 a little nudge towards the side pocket. Try to dig behind the 11. Down there. Perfect.
Oh, I think Joris is watching this game in the future. That was a great call, Joris, even with the double touch due to the spin that the ball would be having. Great shout. She could have wanted to push the 7 a little bit more if we wanted to be particular,
Yeah.
but still.
Indeed, with that shot she could have paced it a little bit firmer.
Keep coming.
Right, good shot. Yeah, it's good.
Yep.
I think she can draw this over the 7. Draw it above the 7, shoot the 7 in the side or head in the low corner.
Yeah, like what? Drop the 6 in, play the long 7, and just freeze the cue ball.
No, I would shoot the 6 in this corner and shoot the 7 in the same corner as the 6.
Right.
Yeah.
Good.
And draw cue ball above the 7. Perfect.
Lovely.
It's just up. It's just up. Now she has 2 options: to roll this in the side or shoot it in the corner. And that's quite all depending on personal preference. Looks like she's going for the corner.
Both shots tricky.
Yeah, you really got to stay down on the shot. Well done.
Oh, nice. Did she? Yep, perfect. She couldn't ask for much more than that, and this will be a little thorn in Christina's side. If this 8-ball drops.
Very well done. I really like how she approached this rack. And not only did she get a rack on the board, she also proved that she hasn't given up. She's still very capable of winning this match. Christina took her time out.
Yeah,
which
I think
is also
that's
a result of the well playing Sarah at the moment. How do you think, Kevin?
yeah, I think you're right. And the momentum is threatening to shift more and more into Sarah's direction, and I think it's always good to use your rest, or your pause rather, at the right time, and not to go too early, and I think this is a good time to take it. However, I will say I wouldn't be too dismayed if I was Christina. I think she's playing very solid stuff, and she's certainly asked a few questions of Sarah. However, Sarah's starting to answer in them now, and I don't think she's liking the answers she's getting, so yeah, it's going to be interesting. I can remember during the final that I saw Sarah playing, one thing she did demonstrate, and I alluded to it at the beginning of this match, she really does maintain her composure, and she doesn't seem to get too flustered by anything, and it clearly looks like it's paying dividends, and even, I would dare say, not daunted by a deficit against Christina. So I don't know, I've been blessed today with great matches, and I'm hoping that that tradition is going to continue into this one. What do you think with regards to the chances of this going all the way, or have I cursed it now?
No, well, most probably, since you do that a lot of times. But still, this is a typical route towards a heel match. Like Christina, it's all going her way. Then in the end, well, a few, you could name it mistakes, like that cut shot down the rail, which was very difficult, which she makes, but snookers herself on the 8. That was a wreck that really would have locked this match into her favorite, because she would have been 4-1, 5-1 up then. And from that moment, indeed, the momentum switched towards Sarah. And as Christina is still in the lead, I expect it to be a heel match.
Yes, thank you, Joris. And to be fair, I think this is what we're finding with the alternate break. You know, it's kept some of these matches so alive to the end, and it really does show how practicing the break and practicing controlling that cue ball, and even in some extreme cases when these players are so evenly compared, even practicing your lag before starting your match can be pivotal for the outcome. And I never thought I would say that for the lag, but when it's alternate break, the lag really makes a difference, or it certainly has done in this event. So 28 Predator Arc tables, all seeing action, and our beautiful
I really love the arena at the moment. You can see the stars shining behind the players at the wall. I consider it like forward top players were not there anymore. So I can see Mr. Willy Mosconi shining there. I can see from the Netherlands Sjaak Kort shining in there.
Beautiful. Yeah, very nice of you to mention them names as well. And I'm looking forward to seeing what future stars will come from such events like this. We may be seeing a couple of them right now. So, Sarah, staring down the barrel of a 1-frame deficit, however, has the break. Can she make the difference?
9 balls straight in the side pocket. So that's a good thing. 3 stripes together, but everything is available. And if you go for stripes, then the 14 ball looks like the most challenging ball. And that would be a reason for me to decline the stripes and take on the solids. The 2 ball will definitely go towards the corner pockets. top right and bottom left.
She just had a little look to see if that 14 passes the 3 ball down into this corner pocket. And
I think she's looking at the combination 14-2, calling the 2 on the side. There you go.
this will get her off. Yeah, she's allowed to do that. Ooh.
That is sloppy. I really
think-
have to say that. I really like the choice, because that would give her a very easy table afterwards. But yeah,
And just useful to point out for those of us, those joining us or are new to this, you are allowed at the beginning of the match, when it is still an open table, to play a solid onto a stripe to pot it, or the other way round. And whichever ball you pot, you will continue the race with. And that must have been on. Must have been on.
yeah, was definitely on. And to complete that explanation is that the first ball may not be the black ball. So if you touch the black ball as the first ball that you make contact with, then it's not a feathered pot. So that also doesn't mean it's a ball in hand. It's not a foul, but it's you turn over the turn to your opponent.
Thank you for pointing that out. I did not want any of you in your local pool halls claiming that Gethin Davis said. Thank you, Joris.
Cheers.
So, Christina's just... Well, you bring it back to the conversation you started at the beginning with the stripes. This cluster of 3...
Yeah, it's also a nice wall for your opponent, isn't it?
I think it is. So she just needs to be careful. Oh, she's taking on the...
Well
Very,
played.
very nice.
Very smooth.
No, I wouldn't have chosen that.
Yeah, I would.
But
I was
she-
thinking about it, because you need to take that 2 ball sometimes, and most probably this was the best chance to take the 2-1. So now it's 3-6-4 probably. And that wall of 3 balls, 3 stripes, is now a nice defending wall.
I think she's just thinking, can she see a gap between the 14 on the centre spot and the cluster of 3 up there? And as you see from that great camera angle...
Yeah, it's there, but it's also very easy to slide off that slippery path towards the 12 pink. Oh, she tried to cheat it too much.
Yeah. And that
Yeah.
is what Sarah needs.
Starting off with the 12 to the side pocket, maybe?
Yeah, will she miss? Will she miss the
She
other
might
stripe,
hit-
or is she...
Yeah, I think she will touch the 11 a little bit. Yeah.
Nice.
Still managed to get on the 15. So can go forward 1 rail to shoot the 11 in the left side again.
Yeah, she's got a very solid stance, Joris, and a very good preparation for a shot. She looks very solid over the shot. Very impressed. I remember clocking that during her final her appearance in the final a few days back.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Gethin. The fundamentals is very well with these ladies.
And the benefit of that is consistency and efficiency. Do you like that little angle she's left there? I think That's actually worked
I would.
quite well for her.
Yeah, I think so. If you play like a stop shot, it will go like 10 centimeters away from the rail.
Played it a bit thicker, but at least she hasn't got the cue ball against the cushion, because that would lend itself to trouble.
Yeah, she drew it back a little bit. That gives this funny angle on the 10. Quite interesting to see how she will play this. Looks like she's going to go forward one rail towards the 4 ball.
Very nicely
Well
done. She played a little bit of spin to avoid running towards the 4 and kept the cue ball out of trouble. Maybe a little bit short.
Pretty straight on this 14. I guess drawing it back to where it is right now, or close to it. Oh, that's a miscue.
Yeah. Oh.
Did you see that body movement?
Yeah.
She jumped up during the stroke. Wow.
I mean, she was staring at the prospect of bringing this back to 4 apiece after she took a 2-game deficit, so maybe a few little...
And everything looked very nice for Sarah in this rack.
Yep. And Christina is gonna clean up this remaining 8 ball.
Thank you very much, Sarah. There it is. She's on the hill now. So I did not expect that to happen. We just were talking about her fundamentals, and indeed she showed some very nice composure during the whole match. And right there at that shot, she jumped up during the draw stroke.
Yeah, you hit it there. Unexpected. And after all that hard work she'd put in, because it wasn't an easy, straightforward run out for her.
No.
I don't know. Maybe just a little bit of excitement at the prospect of getting it back to 4-4. However, finding herself at 5-4 with Christina on the hill.
Yeah, 5-3 now even.
Sorry, excuse me.
Yeah.
5-3. She's finding herself now looking for Christina to make mistakes, and I don't see her making that many, if any at all, so this could be interesting.
Yeah, especially after one very tough shot. If you make it like a bank or a cut shot or 6 rails around shot, then the adrenaline is so high that you make a miss on the next shot. Maybe such a thing happened with Sarah, not only with one shot, but the whole rack was quite working and difficult. And in the end, this was her first real easy shot. And maybe she took a sigh of relief before that shot and lost, well, kind of focus on her fundamentals.
I have to say, Joris, it's easily done. And then, if I can say that, in conjunction with just normal league matches, you can imagine what it would be like for these girls at such a high level. And Nina tickled the pocket with the cue ball there. She's lucky to get away without a scratch, and she's still at the table, Joris.
Yeah. I'm not quite sure if she can see enough of the womble to make it. If not, then she has a tough opener here. Again, she could take on the combination, the 11-7. And that would have drawn my attention.
Yeah, it doesn't look like the 11 passes, and it doesn't look like there's enough room to get to the 7, so...
No, you could start with the combination 11-7 right now.
Yeah, no, exactly.
She She might swerve this a little bit.
With the
No,
rest.
there's no more time for plan B. Alright. Well, at least she
She's off.
has solids.
Yeah, absolutely.
I only assume that there must be a safety shot coming up right now. Because you can't take the 5 towards a corner. There will be a scratch in the side.
No, and she may not want to move the 7 if she doesn't have to, because it's providing a nice little blocker.
Oh, she missed a whole ball.
I think she did. I don't think that cue ball strayed
Yeah,
from its
missed it.
original trajectory. Oh!
Another lifeline for Sarah here. Now can she start off with that 11 ball? Of course it will go into the corners, the far corners. Might be that she has enough room next to the 7 to shoot it in the corner. Yeah, like that. I'm not quite sure if this goes, but if that's there... Apparently not, so has to take this 11 to the corner.
Well, she needs to get it out the way, and this would be the best opportunity to do it, and in doing so, I think she gives herself every opportunity for this frame, and it looks like the 8 goes into both corner pockets too, so good early signs for Sarah, and this would be a big rack for her to win. Such a crucial stage with Christina being on the hill.
Drew back for the 10 on the side.
Yeah, she plays them shots really well. Judging
Yeah,
the
stop
speed.
shot is required here.
Well, she's going to have to use one of these 2 stripes down here for position on the 8.
Yeah, so you don't want to fall close to the rail, you want to have a little bounce.
A little bounce she got.
And now she can stun this towards the 8 ball. And need to make some plan. That 3 ball is a nice ball for me to focus on. To go 2 rails from the 9.
And use it as a
Draw
blocker.
it a little bit.
A stopper, rather. Yeah, great
Yeah,
shout.
exactly. But with this angle you could go towards the 6 ball and shoot the 8 in the other corner. Because that was available, wasn't it?
Both corner pockets are available. I can report back, Joris.
She took the pot towards the brown 7 corner.
Yeah, wanted to make sure of position, and judging by some earlier frames, I think that was the right call, Joris.
If she makes this 8, then you're totally correct, Kevin.
However.
And indeed.
Ooh, it's gonna...
Indeed,
Great
it
pace.
is there. Absolutely great pace.
Another heart in the mouth moment.
It would have stayed out. So you're correct,
Yeah, I
Kevin.
think-
It was the right thing to do.
Well, also, I do feel like her potting has been fantastic, and it's really that mishit has been the biggest, I guess, immediate letdown. But running out of position at the closing stages of the rack has also presented her with a couple of problems. And with it now 5-4, it looks like Sarah is taking her break.
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
And I don't see Christina sitting in her chair. which is quite odd because he already had. Oh, sorry, I was looking at the wrong table. Sorry, my bad.
Oh yeah, I can just see the back of her head there. Yes, she is sat at the table there. And yeah, this arena
Yes, time
is...
out by Sarah.
And I was just going to point out that after this European Championships, we look forward to coming back here, but a day or two later for the Euro Tours that will also be played on these new Predator Arc tables. So the lucky ones that are playing on it this week will have a little bit of a head start, but it just means that we are going to be in for over 2 weeks of pool action. Doesn't get better than that, Joris.
No, definitely not. For all the pool junkies, as much as we are too, you are in for a lot of pool action for free at this stream presented to you by the Epbf. And if you are liking the commentary with it, then you should leave the sound on. Of course, you can mute us all, but we will do the commentary and the Euro Tours too.
I love it how you put that, Joris. And just while we have this little opportunity, I'd like to bring you a couple of updates from the last 32 group. We already have some results coming in. I would have to say one of the favourites, Pia Filler, made light work of a match against Helena Klodsgaard Mikkelsen. And just tracing down a little bit further, her finalist that she bested in the straight pool is Ina Kaplan from Germany as well, and she bested our Nederlander Jolien Schuurman, and it looked like Ina Kaplan made light work of that too. And just another few highlights just to throw out there. We have Yasmin Ushan, who will always be up there in consideration for favourites. She bested the Turkish player Sinem Kokten 6-1. And it looks like most matches are coming to a close in the last 32, so I would fully expect the last 16 to be announced quite shortly. But we still have a little bit of pool left in this, and possibly some twists and turns, Joris.
Most definitely. Thank you very much for all the updates, Mr. Kevin Davis. And the balls are racked for rack number 10. And it's Sarah to break off. Up
And
until
this-
now, we have not seen a lot of easy starters after the break off. Cue ball most of the times ended up close to the short rail that she's bridging off over. Let's
And
see
this-
what happens with this break.
Oh yes. I saw one ball drop, Joris, and
Yes,
Yeah.
the 12 ball went to the side pocket and the 2 ball is hanging over there. So a massive result as a break off.
and this will be her last break of the match, because it will be hill with Christina to break if she is fortunate enough to close this rack out. Now, the 2 balls sat over the pocket there, but I kind of like stripes here. I don't know
Yeah,
what you're
look at the
thinking.
position of. I definitely like stripes. Look at the position of the 11 and the 14 ball. Sorry, those are a stop shot for the 8 in this corner. So you could take the 10, 15, 9 or 10, 9, 15. Then to the bottom 3 and leave the 11 or the 14 as your last ball. And that's a stop shot for an easy 8. That would be my choice. She's now looking for solids to start with the 2 ball. Everything is possible, of course, but then you need to work with the 1 ball. So I like this better.
Yeah, I think you explained that very well, and I think she listened to you too, because she's gone for stripes, and I think this is
Yeah.
a key shot here to get position.
Draw it back to the 9.
Yeah.
So the only thing will be that the 14 ball is kind of your challenging ball. After the 15, I'm not quite sure if the 14 passes the 11.
Do you know, I don't think it does, Joris. I think she may be forced to have to play one of them into this across into the center pocket.
Yeah. So that would be my goal to go to right now. Go forward.
Ooh.
She's now looking to draw it toward the 11. All possible, of course. Gonna miss the 4 then. Don't draw it into the 4. Perfect.
Very, very good. This is just the start she wants to her final braked rack, and just needs to be a little bit careful at these closing stages, because
Yeah, again, you don't want to fall behind the 4 ball. The 4 ball is key in this rack. Tempted to go with the 4, and how is this as an ending?
I don't think that is good enough, I'm afraid, and judging by Sarah's facial expressions and shake of the head, she's calling it. Does that mean she's
Yeah, I
going to
think
try and
she's-
swerve it round?
Yeah, I think, well, not much of an option, I guess.
Or can she
Or
play
she
it
can
off the
bank it.
3?
Ooh,
Is that cheeky?
that's really cheeky. I think she goes straight into the pot. Made it.
Ooh,
Well done.
very good indeed. I did not think at all that she could pot that straight. I really thought she had to do some work. Here we go. Joris. A hill.
Always meant to be. Yes, it is.
Absolutely.
Well
We're
done,
attracted to
Sarah.
it, Joris.
Again, hill
So-
match.
We're here again, Joris. I absolutely love it. If there's anyone watching on the stream that dares make a prediction at this stage of the match, stick your neck out by all means, please. But I am not going to say a word. However, to add to that, I will just say a big congratulations to Sarah's effort in that last rack, because it was a big moment. And she came through on fire, so she brings some momentum into this last frame. Let's see if Christina will hold her break, or if she will give up the cue ball to Sarah for a sniff at the win. Hill.
Cue ball close to the corner pocket, but it looks like a dry break. Yeah,
Yeah, it doesn't.
it's a dry break, and it's quite messy on the table. So the 2 and the 9 ball are clustered. That's the first issue. And there are more couples, like 4 couples. You see the 4 ball tied with the 13, the 5 with the 11, the 3 with the 15. It's like if
Yeah.
you're into a dancing club and they're all tied together.
And the other ones are still looking for a dance partner.
Exactly. Yeah.
That would probably be
So
I'm
so
just
kind of hard to have a full game plan already in your mind, and that's hard to shoot, I think.
yeah,
So
this
now
is
looking
really
at the
going
1
to,
ball.
it's a bit like a jigsaw, Joris.
Yeah. And if you take on this 1 ball, then the 2 ball will be the challenge, I guess. So she took out that 1 ball. perfectly on the 4 ball. I don't think she can decline that.
Well, I fired out a quick question to the chat room to see if anyone was prepared to stick their neck out, and we do have Chris Blom putting his neck out. However, he's only putting it out as far as predicting a 6-5 scoreline. Very nicely done.
He might be right.
I think that's where the
Mr.
safe
Cue
money
ball?
is, Chris.
Yes. Oh my, that doesn't look good for Sarah.
No, and
Might cut back
Just
to
a
the
quick-
side, the 6 ball. Needs to touch a rail, needs to touch a rail. Just there. Ooh.
I have to say, it looked like she rushed that shot. She didn't really seem to take a preparation or anything. She went, oh, and just leant over for it. And
Yeah.
and I still can't work out in my own head if she played for the safety, which I would like to think she did, or if she was going for the pot and to leave something behind the 2, which I don't see much value in.
No, I this must have been a good safety play. It was quite a good shot, but very risky with this easy pace towards the short rail. And now it's Christina who is in quite some challenge in how to solve this puzzle.
Is that 3 ball upsetting the party for the 9 ball? I think it is. Oh, I don't think that's what she intended.
Now I think she wanted to go towards the top rail with the cue ball, but got a double kiss there. Now, Sarah, what can you do? Are you trying to open up the 9 or the 2 from 2 rails out? Thin from the 6.
I think you spotted it, Joris. I think you've
Yeah,
spotted
but
it.
Missed
Ooh.
it.
She played it at the right pace as well, because she could have held for the 3 if she'd rubbed up against it. I think that was she's a bit unfortunate there, even though she
Yeah.
finds herself with shape on the 7.
So she's now opening it again, a nice pace. And is that 50 ball going to the side pocket?
Oh, it looks like it might want to.
If it is, then she's golded, isn't it? That would be a huge chance. If she rolls this in, she's favorite.
Do you think that was a little misjudgment from Sarah there? Because I'm sure if she'd seen that, she probably would have put the cue ball in a slightly different position.
It is.
Oh, just rubbed up against the 7 though. She still has options.
Yeah, well, not many, but only the 12.
Thank you.
Oh, that's an option. Well done.
Okay.
Now, nicely on the 14. Looking to go forward to shoot the 11 in the side. Yeah, kind of like that. And after the 11, go back to the center of the table, probably for the 13.
Yeah, I think that would be the preferred route. Or rather, the path of least resistance. And
Yeah, she changed her plan. Taking on the 13 right now, going up and down for the 11. Well, that's what I assume she'll be doing.
I have to say, she opened this with that pot in the center, and that would have given her the confidence to push on here.
Right. Now draw this towards the 5, I guess. for the 10. Yep, right there.
Yep.
And focus on not missing the 11 in the side. That's the main focus.
Exactly. These are all big shots now.
Well done, perfectly.
Yeah, she held that cue ball well. Had to judge the spin very well. And she's got a good angle here.
Don't need to do anything with the cue ball, just let it bounce off the rail. And again, go forward around the free ball.
Yep, penultimate shot.
For a great win here for Christina then, if she makes this. Oh, she's
Yeah.
going backwards, isn't she? Drawing it 2 rails out. No.
I have to say, Joris, this has been a mighty battle that we've witnessed here.
Absolutely. Sarah will a little bit disappointed, I guess, but she plays with her heart, and I really like that.
Yeah, you can't ask for more.
Congratulations, Christina, moving on towards the last 16. Thank you, Sarah, for the battle that you gave, and of course also thank you people at home for watching the stream. And last but not least, thank you, Catherine Davis, for joining me in the commentary booth. My name is Joris van Amersfoort, and we will continue shortly